regular council meeting for Tuesday, May the 6th. Acknowledging Mayor Daniluk is not here tonight. He's away on personal matters. My name is Philip Penrod. I'm your Deputy Mayor, and I'll be chairing the meeting this evening. We have Councillor Van Nieuwkerk online. Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, do you want to just check your mic?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. That's great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk. So we'll begin, as is our custom, with our land acknowledgement. The City of Beaumont respects the histories, languages, and cultures of all First Peoples of this land, whether they be of First Nation, Métis, or Inuit descent, and appreciates that their presence continues to enrich vibrant communities across the land. As we gather here in Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis Nation, we acknowledge that we are all treaty people and have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor the treaty, to the inherent rights of the people and the land. And with that, that brings us to item 1.2 in our agenda, which is proclamations. We have 3 proclamations this week, and we begin with Municipal Clerks Week, May 4th through 10th. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government that exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, country, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk, now therefore be it resolved that I, Deputy Mayor Philip Penrod, do hereby proclaim May 4th through 10th, 2025 as Municipal Clerks Week in the City of Beaumont, Alberta, dated the 6th day of May, 2025. Our second proclamation is regarding the North American Occupational Safety and Health Week. Whereas May 5th through 10th has been designated as this year's North American Occupational Safety and Health, or NAOSH, Week, and whereas NAOSH Week was first launched in June 1997, marked by an agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and symbolizes joint venture, cooperation, and the commitment to the common goals shared by all occupational health and safety partners. And whereas the goal during Safety and Health Week is to focus employers, employees, partners, and the public on the importance of preventing injury and illness in the workplace, at home, and in the community. And whereas the City of Beaumont recognizes May 6th through 11th as North American Occupational Safety and Health Week to bring awareness for the need to establish a healthy and safe workplace for all. Now therefore, be it resolved that I, Deputy Mayor Philip Penrod, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 10th, 2025 as North American Occupational Safety and Health Week in the City of Beaumont, Alberta, dated the 6th day of May, 2025. And whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Beaumont. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Beaumont, Alberta, to gain knowledge of, and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their community. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now therefore, be it resolved that I, Deputy Mayor Philip Penrod, do hereby proclaim May 18th through 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week in the city of Beaumont, Alberta, dated the 6th day of May, 2025. Moving forward in our agenda, we move to the adoption of the agenda. Do I have someone willing to move our agenda this evening? Anyone?
Thank you. I'll move that the May 6, 2025 Council agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Mungoff-Swain. Could you activate the vote for us, please? And Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion carries. There are 2 items on the consent agenda for this evening. Do I have someone that would like to move the consent agenda as presented?
Deputy Mayor, I would like to confirm we have item 5.1, 5.2, and 8.2.
Oh, pardon me.
We did remove the
8.1, right?
8.1 was removed off of the consent agenda.
Thank you to our professional municipal clerk for 8.2 are on the consent agenda. Are there any motions to remove anything or requests to remove from consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask for a mover of the consent agenda. I'll take the initiative then. Oh, sorry, I've got Councillor Barnhart. Are you on there?
Just trying to help you out here.
Yeah, appreciate it. I need all the help I can get.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move that council consent to approve the following agenda items without debate. 5.1, regular council meeting minutes, April 22nd, 2025. Item 5.2, regular council meeting minutes, April 29th, 2025. 8.2, council strategic plan update Q1 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Barnhart. Can we activate the voting? Thank you. And Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Item 6.1, public hearings. I'll just check in with Madam Clerk. Agenda or?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We did have a slight issue with regards to attendees that were coming to the public hearing. So I do want to confirm that these individuals are here in the room. If they're not, I would say we need to procedurally delay the public hearing until the individuals arrive. So I just want to confirm whether or not Mr. Bill McNamara is here in the room.
I think I see Mr. McNamara. Is that correct? Yeah.
Perfect. Mr. Gil Poitras is here in the room.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dustin Berube.
Is Dustin with us? I don't see Mr. Berube as yet.
And Mr. Brad Clark.
And I think we're also missing Mr. Clark.
Okay, so my recommendation procedurally would be just to hold off on the public hearing prior to those individuals arriving this evening and move on to the other items on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that will bring us to item 7.1, the Beaumont Public Library update. And do we have someone introducing Ms. Winton? Do we have Ms. Winton? So it doesn't look like it, and she would have been scheduled for later in the meeting. So maybe what we could do, just looking to make sure this will work, could we move to item 8.1, Chief Melvin? Does that sound reasonable, Madam Clerk? Yes, okay. Chief Melvin, take it away. Item 8.1, Protective Services Q1 report. And I will need to activate your mic. Go ahead,
Okay.
Chief Melvin.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, members of council, members of the public. Chief Melvin, I'll be presenting Q1 stats for Protective Services. I will apologize, the RCMP report and the attachments finalized prior to, so we'll be setting up a time in the next meetings to have the RCMP come present those statistics for council and the public. Q1 of 2025, just some very highlights for the fire service. There is no change to the HERF response time. You can see that in attachment 2, and no real significant concerns in Q1 compared to Q1 of last year. Municipal enforcement, we see some increases and decreases across several different programs that they do. A lot of this is due to full staffing complement that we now have. We were decreased in staffing by 50% last year for several months, but we have been in full complement since Q3 of last year. So we're seeing some increases and also some decreases in some statistics that we're catching. To highlight the data sheet when it comes to for call volumes, staff management, and fire prevention, no real areas of concern. A lot of things that we're doing are trending in what you would consider for a growth of a community. We will increase call volumes and medical calls continually. We're anticipating another significant increase overall to all of the fire service calls that we're receiving. Fire prevention, we're starting to conduct a lot of our fire inspections in Q1. A lot of the development plans and also fire safety plans that businesses send in. So we're providing input on that, which provides some great feedback to business owners and the community. Turning over to municipal enforcement. As you can see in Q1, complaint-generated incidents, that's complaints that people phone in to the complaint line through the dispatch center. And then officer-generated, that's when they're out doing protracted patrols and making sure that everybody's following the rules. Community standards, some of those are down. We changed how we did sidewalks this year. More of a notification, calling in rather than ticket first. So we've done those. It seemed to have worked very well. We'll do a review, kind of a lessons learned, and see how we can improve the program moving into winter season of 2025-26. Prevention warnings and municipal violations, obviously you'll see those are up, and that's due to the complement of officers actually out on the road enforcing those traffic safety issues that we have in the community. Our response to complaints, right now we're just starting to track that in 2025, but everything that we have right now in our records management system says within an 8-hour workday, we're getting back to residents with either some type of update or closure of the file, depending on what it is. Staff management, still trending in that direction. We are limited on staff, but the staff are out there doing as best they can for what their programs that they have. And just some updates on the RCMP staffing. Presently that there is 7 RCMP members on the books, and to date 15 of them are working out of the detachment and providing local services to the City of Beaumont. So I'll end my report as that. If there's any questions that Deputy Mayor, yourself, or Council have, I'm open to answer them.
Thank you, Chief Melvin, for that succinct and data-rich report. I think that's a theme that the public will notice tonight, is that many of our departments are continuing to continually improve the amount of data that we're collecting to drive decisions that we're making and make sure we're keeping our ear close to the ground in the community as we do that. Council, do we have any questions for Chief Melvin? Councillor Barnhart, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Chief Melville, for the excellent data. A couple of questions, again, prompted by the information that you've provided here. One is, given the recent wildfire that maybe wildfire is not the right term, grass fire, that occurred north of the City of Beaumont. I'm just wondering where in your stats something like that, response to a collaborative effort, where does that show up in this chart?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Barnhart, that will be reported in Q2 because it happened very recently. We don't get a lot of, and we classify those as wildland fires based on that significant size. So we'll provide some more feedback when it comes to those data things, but we try to go out and do kind of a pre-burn that the public would have seen several weeks ago, trying to get the troubled areas, the ditches, some problems areas that we have in the city just based on where vegetation is. So we provide some of that, but we're constantly out looking for the proactive things that if something needs a change or how we can mitigate the risks to the community. That's always something that is that we're constantly dealing with from a fire inspection piece, from an operations piece, and we're constantly analyzing that data, but we'll be able to provide some more feedback if council wishes on the details surrounding that incident that we had a couple of Saturdays ago.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was very significant, and again, hats off to the work that was done by fire services in that regard. The second question I have, if I may, Debbie, is regarding fire prevention. And you've touched on this, which I think is extremely important. Wondering if it is businesses are expected to take proactive measures, or is there a schedule, and do we do that? Does the province do that? I'm just not entirely sure about how that is happening, not only in the retail area, but also in childcare centers in particular.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Barnhart, some of that stuff's covered in the Alberta Fire Code on the requirements for fire safety plans for businesses. Our inspector, we have one fire inspector that runs that program. Anything that's legislative, we will look after. We've had the program up and running for a while now, and obviously we're just starting to track the data last year. But you can see how many we've done already in Q1 for 3 months. So it's something that will continue to provide that service to the community and to the business owners. And we're constantly looking at anything that news on the horizon for businesses coming in. And our fire inspector is also in contact with our economic development folks to let us know when new businesses coming in, and also our safety codes officers, and collaboratively they look at building permits and files and making sure everybody's gets the support they need when it comes to fire safety plans or other development plans review.
So it does sound like it's proactive, not just in response to complaints then? You're
Correct.
pursuing that. Last question, one last one, and that is the statistic that you pointed out as well regarding municipal warnings. 469% increase, that stood out, and you've spoke to that a bit. Can you just elaborate a little bit more as to what was the change there that brought that change in the statistics?
Well, the biggest change that we had was dealing with in Q1 was the sidewalk complaints for snow removal. A lot of those warnings that were that typically would be issued, we're capturing right now, not just a verbal like, hey, you know what, it's past 42 hours, you have to clean your sidewalks. So when it comes to those things, the program is still focused on, let's try to educate first. We have new folks that are new to our communities that may not know the fine details of bylaws and how things are. So we try to hit that education piece first and really look at, you know what, how things are kind of done. Once again, this is really related to staffing. We have more staff members now that we're fully staffed compared to Q1. So it kind of looks, the data kind of looks off, but when you got to look at the whole picture and realize that now that we have full complement staff out on the road, we're going to get more interaction in the public, and that will obviously generate either normal education conversation, warnings, or violations.
Significant that it's educational, it's not the violations themselves. Thank you very much, Chief Melville.
Seeing no other questions in the queue, could I ask a councillor to move receipt of this report as information? Councillor Barnhart, you're on a roll.
could read
Appreciate
the
it.
report. I move that the May 6, 2025, report 2025 be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Could we activate the vote, please? Councillor Van Newkirk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. And I have received word that we can resume or move back in our agenda to public hearing. So some of you have just arrived. Welcome. Everyone here registered, who was registered here and present. So we have that ready now. So I will move to, I'll call on Madam Clerk. Would you please outline the public hearing procedures for this evening?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Welcome to the May 6, 2025 City of Beaumont public hearing for Bylaw 1070-25, Land Use Bylaw Amending Bylaw. Public hearings are an opportunity to speak to council on advertised bylaws or certain resolutions. I'll spend a few moments providing an overview of the public hearing process. We've been receiving written submissions in the weeks preceding the public hearing. The deadline for written submissions was noon on May 5th, 2025. All written submissions received by the deadline have been provided to council in advance of the meeting for their review and are also available for public inspection on the agenda on the city's website. Registration to present at the public hearing by electronic means was required by 4 p.m. on May 5th, 2025. Registration to present in person is permitted in advance of the public hearing or at the public hearing. We currently do not have anyone participating by electronic means this evening. The procedure for public hearings will be as follows. Administration will first make a presentation and council will be invited to ask questions of clarification. Next, the applicant will make a presentation and be available to answer questions from council. Next, members of the public who are registered to speak, who are present today, will be invited to make their respective presentations. If anyone here has not yet registered to speak, please raise your hand and we will be adding you to the list of presenters for this evening. Please also fill out the sheet on the table with your contact information if you have not already pre-registered. Council will first hear from those who are in favor of the proposed bylaw, then those who are opposed, and anyone else who wishes to be heard. Presenters will have up to 5 minutes to present, and then council will have the opportunity to ask questions of clarification. When it is your turn to make your presentation, please ensure your microphone or audio is working and state your full name for the record. Your 5 minutes will start when your presentation starts, and there will be a clock up on the screen in front of you to track your 5 minutes of allotted time. Please remain at the microphone once you're done presenting, as council may ask you questions following your presentation. Once council has heard all of the presentations, the public hearing will be closed, and the regular session of council will reconvene so that council may make a decision on the matter. Finally, any of the city's public hearings are recorded as a webcast and will be made available for viewing on the city's website. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At 5:29 p.m. for Bylaw 1070-25, Bylaw 1070-25, Land Use Bylaw Amending Bylaw. And I will now invite administration to make their presentation to us on Bylaw 1070-25, and I believe it's Ms. Sharp presenting. Can you just touch the request button on your mic there? And I'll zero in on you. Go ahead, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Yasmin Sharp, Manager of Development Services, and I will be presenting Bylaw 1070-25, Land Use Bylaw Amending Bylaw for Council's consideration. In December 2024, City Administration received an application to amend the text within the Integrated Neighborhood District of the Land Use Bylaw. The purpose of the application is to introduce a more compact form of multi-attached dwelling to Beaumont. There are 4 key components of the proposal. First, reducing the minimum lot width for internal lots of multi-attached dwellings where access is from the lane from 4.9 meters to 4.2 meters. Second, increasing the maximum lot coverage for internal lots of multi-attached dwellings from 55% to 60%. Next, increasing the maximum lot coverage for accessory buildings on those same lots from 17% to 18% at the discretion of the Development Authority. And finally, clarification of design standard interpretation for multi-attached dwellings. So lot width, which is indicated with the blue arrows, is the distance between the side property lines. Currently, the minimum width is 4.9 meters or 16 feet, which the applicant is proposing to reduce to 4.2 meters, which is just under 14 feet, for internal lots only. Lot coverage includes all areas with covered structures, for example, a shed or a detached garage, but excludes developments such as uncovered decks and driveways. There are two proposed amendments. Overall site coverage, which is the combination of all the areas with the grid mark hatching, from 55 to 60%. And accessory building site coverage. In this case, the area labeled as garage in the example on the slide would go from 17% to 18%. Both of these are only applicable for interior lots of multi-attached dwellings. Building profile standards are architectural and design features that can be viewed from the street or sidewalk and includes building materials, roof lines, windows, and bump outs, to name a few. The amendments proposes to distinguish how single, detached, and duplexes are evaluated compared to multi-attached dwellings such as triplexes and fourplexes. So development within the Edmonton region is continually striving to adapt to changing market demands and best practices to support affordability and sustainability. One example is single side yard developments, which were introduced in Beaumont in 2018 and can now be found in all neighborhoods that are in the process of being developed. While multi-attached dwellings have been constructed for decades, the applicant is proposing changes to the land use bylaw to introduce a more compact form of multi-attached dwelling. When new or modified forms of development are introduced, administration conducts a review based on the full development potential of the uses and development regulations, as well as alignment with higher order plans such as the Municipal Development Plan, Affordable Housing Strategy, and Environmental Master Plan. Information on the engagement conducted by the applicant is available in Attachment 3, Summary of Engagement. A jurisdictional scan indicates a regional shift towards compact designs. As you can see on the table, there's 3 municipalities that allow an internal lot width of 4.2 meters, and 3 municipalities that have an overall site coverage greater than 55%. No examples directly align with the proposed amendment, and regional adoption of the narrower lot product is largely approved as part of a direct control district. So why the integrated neighborhood district amendment rather than a new direct control district? Direct control districts are specialized land use designations that are used when standard zoning districts are insufficient for specific development needs. Some examples are provided on the slide. So for example, challenging lot dimensions or experimental uses or architectural features are a couple of the examples provided. In the land use bylaw, the general intent of the integrated neighborhood district is to provide a variety of housing options. The form of development, also outlined in the land use bylaw within the IN district, is characterized by a variation in lot widths within an interconnected street network to enable different residential options on a block. The proposed amendment aligns with that intent and form of development established in the IN district. Therefore, administration recommends that the proposed amendment is appropriate for the IN district and does not necessitate the creation of a DC or direct control district. This recommendation is also informed by the applicability of the proposed amendment. The 4.2 meter lot width needs 3 conditions to be considered. First, located within the integrated neighborhood district. It must be accessed from a rear lane, and it's only applicable to internal lots for multi-attached buildings. The location of multi-attached development is decided at the area structure plan or neighborhood structure plan or outline plan and subdivision stages. So subdivision applications for lots intended for multi-attached dwellings are only approved in areas identified for medium density development, unless otherwise stated in the area structure plan, neighborhood structure plan, or outline plan. So the north half of Azure is taken as, or Lakeview Azure is taken as an example. On the right-hand picture, you can see that there's several areas that are zoned integrated neighborhood, that kind of peachy color. What's not red, yellow, and green? It's a hard color to describe, beige, peach. You can also see that there are several areas that also have access to a block. So For example, all of this is the IN district, and this area is accessed from a rear lane. This area is accessed from a rear lane. However, in the area structure plan, which is the picture on the left-hand side, only that orange block is identified as low, medium density residential. So as a result, even within the full IN district on the right-hand side, only the area that's hatched in black is eligible for the 4.2 meter lot width. So zooming in a little bit more, on that block, there are 29 lots, 9 of which are interior lots. Should this amendment be approved, and this example taken for illustrative purposes, if all of those 9 interior lots were 4.2 meters, this would allow the block to accommodate an additional 2 lots. So the following section of the presentation provides an evaluation of each aspect of the proposal, starting with the reduction of minimum lot widths. The bolded text is what is being proposed to be added to the lot width regulation. Administration's review indicated alignment with policies related to housing diversity and affordability, social resilience, and sustainability efficiency. This is achieved primarily by increasing density, which translates to lower land costs per unit and more optimal use of municipal resources. In addition, there was an impact assessment conducted that looked at 4 key areas. The over-concentration of narrower lot width products was outlined in the applicability of the amendment, the slides 9 and 10. Another area was infrastructure and maintenance. So Beaumont has a surface drainage bylaw, which all development within the city must adhere to, including private lots. And all lots are subject to a lot grading inspection and certificate to ensure that they meet those requirements. In addition, the applicant has submitted a servicing utility memo, which demonstrated that sanitary, storm, and water services are not significantly impacted as a result of the proposed amendment. Carrying forward from the previous slide, there's 2 other impacts that were looked at, which is snow accumulation and waste storage. These pictures are from a site visit conducted by administration in February 2025 of the 4.2 meter lot width product, which is available in a neighborhood in Edmonton. A 4.2 meter lot can only accommodate a single car garage. Therefore, using typical dimensions of that single car garage, approximately a 2.5 foot area on either side of the garage is available for snow and garbage storage on the interior lots. In comparison, if you look at the 5.49 meter lot width, which is a fairly typical lot width in Beaumont for multi-attached dwellings, those accommodate a double car garage, which leaves approximately 1/2 foot of snow and garbage can storage space on either side. As a result, administration anticipates that the 4.2 meter lot width minimum will not have substantially changed risks of conflict. Based on policy alignment and analysis of potential impacts, administration supports the reduction of lot width from 4.9 meters to 4.2 meters for multi-attached interior units in the IN district that have rear lane access. There are 2 proposed amendments that impact lot coverage, overall and accessory building, both for internal lots for multi-attached buildings. Again, the text that's bolded illustrates the additions or revisions to the land use bylaw. As part of the initial amendment application, the applicant proposed an internal accessory building site coverage from 17% to increase to 19%. However, administration recommends a more incremental change to 18% for 3 reasons. First, 18% is able to be achieved through a typical single-car garage dimension. Second, attached garage products on a rear lane are only subject to the overall site coverage maximum of 60% since the garage is considered part of the principal building. And finally, administration's analysis is on the full development potential across the IN district, not just limited to a single builder or developer's product. Bylaw 107025 reflects the 18% maximum accessory building lot coverage, which can be adjusted to 15% through a motion by council. In the impact assessment, administration considered this product is only eligible for lots with rear lane access, meaning there is a municipal boulevard in the frontage, which provides greater opportunity for landscaping and permeable area than a monowalk, which is characteristic of front attached products. There are also minimum landscaping requirements within the IN district that must be achieved, and those requirements are not being reduced or revised as part of this amendment. In addition, the decrease in permeable area is being considered alongside a more efficient servicing. For the reasons outlined, administration supports the increase of total lot coverage from 55% to 60% and accessory building lot coverage from 17 to 18% for internal lots of multi-attached buildings in the IN district. It is also should be noted that this amendment would support the development of functional parking stalls while still providing a limit of maximum lot coverage for the multi-attached lot widths that are currently allowable within the land use bylaw. The final aspect of the amendment relates to design review standards. Current regulations requires the facade of each lot to be different, 3 to the right, 3 to the left, and 3 across the street. The proposed amendment evaluates a multi-attached building as a whole rather than as 3 or 4 separate facades, while still having standards that promote visual interest. If you look at the picture from the Uplands neighborhood provided on the left-hand side, the current regulation would require every lot to be entirely distinct from one another. The proposed amendment requires at least 2 design techniques or features to reduce the perception of massing and enhance design variation. In this example, you can see variation in roof lines and different massing from the bump outs on the 3rd floor. Administration supports the revised architectural regulation as it aligns with the city's goals of promoting a variety in housing, high architectural standard, while allowing more consideration for greater cohesion in building design. This application was circulated by administration to external agencies and internal departments from January to February 2025. A notice of public hearing was posted in the local newspaper and the City of Beaumont website 10 days prior to the hearing in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and Bylaw 106725. And based on the considerations outlined in the presentation and report, administration is recommending that Bylaw 107025, a bylaw to amend the text of the Integrated Neighborhood District in the Land Use Bylaw, be given 2nd and 3rd reading following the public hearing. Administration is available to answer any questions that council has on the bylaw at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Do appreciate the presentation. Council, any members have any clarifying questions for Ms. Sharp before we go to the presentation by the applicant? Councillor Van Newkirk, do you have any questions, clarifying questions?
Yeah, I do have one.
Go ahead.
Yes, just wondering if administration can comment, please. What is the obligation of the municipality when the applicant or developer brings forward an ask, like we have in front of us here? Get some clarification on that. What is the actual obligation?
Thank you for the question through the Deputy Mayor and Chair. The Municipal Government Act requires that a municipality have a land use bylaw that shapes the development and subdivision of land. In our land use bylaw, there's also a process that's outlined to amend it. There's a schedule of fees associated with that process. And when an application is made to that amendment, administration conducts a review based on the policies and based on the direction adopted by council and enshrined into the different policies that are found there, and provides a recommendation. It is required that any amendments follow a public hearing and first, second, and third reading process because it is a bylaw.
Thank you. Just to follow up.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so can you confirm that the applicant has followed all of those processes that you have outlined?
Yes, I can confirm that the process has been followed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. I have Councillor Natellenboss up next, and then Councillor Barnhart and Councillor Monkoff-Swain. Go ahead, Councillor Natellenboss.
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question for administration in terms of the laneway on the products that were presented. Just wondering where that would fall in terms of priority for snow clearing and what that would look like for, I guess, safe access for vehicles as well as fire access for emergency vehicles.
Thank you for the question. Currently, laneways are not on the priority list to be snow cleared. The community standards bylaw requires that snow from private lots cannot be pushed into the laneway. It has to be kept off of the laneway. They are cleared once or twice a season, but don't follow the same cycle as other roads and trails.
Okay, perfect. So I guess just for clarity, yes, it's a concern of the residents themselves putting snow in the area, but the road itself or the laneway itself, the snow that accumulates through snowfall would only be cleared once a year?
That's my understanding.
Okay, perfect. Then I guess I'll divert that question to Chief Melvin. Just in regards to, I guess, two questions. One, accessing the area. Are there any, I guess, pros or cons in regards to the area only being cleared once a year and emergency vehicles accessing the area?
Sorry, Chief Melvin. Seat 6. Go ahead.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Natellenboss. Typically, we would be responding from the boulevard from the front side. All our water distribution hydrants would be from there. If we do have apparatus aerials that would be able to reach the back of the property, depending on what the concern is with the residents, knowing that the laneway obviously is going to be well traveled by the residents that are there, so it's not like we're going to have a 4-foot bank of snow that is there. But primarily, the laneway would be a second or third type of response. We're going to respond from the front of the building where we know the roads are clear and the hydrants are easily accessible.
Perfect, thank you. And just a follow-up question, I guess same question in terms of pros or cons. If there's more lot consumption, therefore more infrastructure or structure on there, does that pose a potential greater risk during a fire, or does it reduce the risk by having more structure on that lot?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Natellenboss, obviously the structures are going to be built to the National Building Code. With early detection systems in there for sure. We would treat them the same way. There'll be firewalls in between each lot. And based on the size of the lot, right now it's something that's not a significant concern to be raised. We would deal with it like anything else. If we get there soon enough, in other than 10 minutes, then we can have a significant impact on the outcome of that fire.
Perfect, thank you. And I guess just for clarity, with reduced lot size, is there greater, lesser, or neither potential for that fire to spread quickly to another residence?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Natellenboss, that's really depends. We could have that in a normal residential single-family dwelling lot, depends on what's fueling the fire. But once again, there is things in the building code that restrict certain design standards for in-between homes, particular non-vented soffits. If you don't meet that 10-minute response time, there's certain parameters. And obviously the different drywall that's on the side and protection you'll see in around our community, either the yellow or the green stuff. It's there for an added protection. Hopefully for us to get there in the 10-minute time target so that we can actively get ahead of the fire. But it really depends on how things started and could be very subjective on that. So hopefully that kind of clarifies.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. And just one more question, if I may. Just in regards to, I guess, garbage pickup, obviously the opportunity exists for residents to get additional bins, but inclusive of the 2 that each residence would have, with the snow being cleared, again, potentially just once a year, what's kind of the process to make sure that roads are accessible for garbage trucks and what have you?
Are you directing that to someone in particular?
Administration for sure. I'm just not sure who would speak to it right now based on who's present. So I guess looking for a volunteer to answer the question. Yes, just kind of what the process would be if we have 2 or 3 garbage bins per resident, and snow clearing isn't necessarily done more than once a year. How are we going to ensure that garbage trucks are able to access the area, or could we potentially run into scenarios where garbage isn't being picked up because the area was inaccessible, stuff like that. So just kind of what mitigation plans would be put in place for something like this?
Although, I was just going to say, although it's not a direct answer to the question, I think when we were looking at the comparison of wider lot widths with a double car garage, which has either the same or less snow clearing space and storage, garbage is being picked up currently with those margins that are available on either side of the driveway. We did talk to the Service Experience Office to see if there's been complaints specifically around garbage can pickup and snow clearing for the existing multi-attached developments, and they said since the department has been in operation, that hasn't been the case. So again, currently there is similar area for snow storage on multi-attached dwellings, and it hasn't been reported as an issue from residents.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos, and thank you for the response, Ms. Sharp. Councillor Barnhart, I'll go to you, and just a reminder for us all to, at this stage, we're just asking clarifying questions. There will be time for debate later on in the process, but for now, clarifying questions. Thank you, Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Ms. Sharp, I have a question, if you could help me to remember and also clarify. The reason why you've gone to using the Integrated Neighborhood District, the reason why we've gone to Integrated Neighborhood District was primarily for the Greenfield development, and at least that's how it's stated in the report. And I'm just wanting to know whether or not we have other neighborhoods, existing neighborhoods, who would be impacted by this change as well.
The Integrated Neighborhood District is intended for new neighborhoods. The conventional neighborhood district is specifically designed for development that meets current patterns of development. There are a few larger lots that are intended for multifamily development that are in, for example, Centreville, in the Centreville area redevelopment plan, that are zoned integrated neighborhood. But largely existing Beaumont within, for example, the Ring Road is all conventional neighborhood district and would not be impacted by this amendment.
Okay, so future development in the centrally located integrated neighborhoods would be affected by these changes, if there was change in the development, not the existing development, but any changes that were made.
That's correct. Again, in the existing Beaumont, the integrated neighborhood is areas that are intended for multifamily development, whether that's a low-rise apartment building or townhomes that are all on a single lot. There's also school sites that are zone integrated neighborhood because of that design aspect to it and the flexibility of uses. But there are no small lots in existing Beaumont that are zoned integrated neighborhood.
Thank you.
And again, just if you wouldn't mind, if I could just,
I'm just going to go to Mike 8. We've got an additional explanation from administration.
okay, that's fine.
Thank you. I just want to clarify too that the integrated neighborhood does exist in neighborhoods like Azure. There is some pockets of that. The conventional neighborhood was designed to primarily allow people to develop as they were developing pre our new bylaw in 2019, so they could continue that same form that was envisioned in their outline plan. But if developers or neighborhoods wanted to be able to undertake more innovative housing forms, that would be allowed underneath the integrated neighborhood, which is why we're proposing that change for that neighborhood. And that was the intent of that. So some of our existing neighborhoods did take us up on that opportunity to be able to utilize that flexibility and be able to utilize the integrated neighborhood districts. So we do see that in Dance Row. We see that in, I believe there is some in Rousseau now. Like I mentioned, Azure. Colonial doesn't have any. There's a few others that don't have any. And then this is the primary residential district for Elon, for example. Most of their neighborhood is integrated neighborhood with very small pockets of conventional neighborhood. So it's
Thanks for that clarification. And that, I guess that's one of my questions is around the direct control versus that, because the direct control would limit it to where council wanted it to happen, whether it's experimental or whether we're just not sure yet how that's going to go. Whereas this would be potentially anywhere in Beaumont where the integrated neighborhood exists.
That is correct, except for that clarifier that multi-attached dwellings are only in areas that are medium-density residential. Low-density residential is defined in the municipal development plan as single-detached and duplex-type dwellings. So, for example, if you look here in the Azure, although there's a larger area that's zoned integrated neighborhood, only that area that is medium-density has triplexes and fourplexes, because that's the type of dwellings that are characterized by medium-density dwelling.
Thank you. That makes more sense to me now that I see all these pieces put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnhart. Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Thank you. Can you just go back to the picture with the parking? Ms. Sharp, you mentioned, yeah, thanks. The one on the right, there was a whole bunch of numbers flying around. I didn't quite catch them all. So what I heard you say is with the reduced down to 4.2, obviously that creates a bit more space in between for things such as piling up snow, garbage cans, etc. You mentioned with a double-car garage, obviously there's less. When you're at, I wasn't sure, was that at 4.9 or was that at 5.2? So if there was no change, was the plan, if there wasn't the change here, is the plan for a single garage in here or was the plan for a double? And if that goes to the developers here, I can hold that question, but I wanted to get that number specifically.
Ms. Sharp, are you able to speak to that?
Yes, so the numbers that were provided is the 4.2 meter lot with a single car garage has 2.5 feet on either side. The example provided was a 5.49 meter lot. I know the applicant will speak more to that, but the 4.9 meter lot is rarely accessed in the city of Beaumont. So when you're looking at a comparator, most of the lot widths are closer to that 4.49 meter lot width, which is why that example was taken. It's also the example that allows for a double car garage, and the buffer on either side as a result for snow clearing and garbage is about 1/2 foot.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to, there's a whole bunch of questions about snow clearing and garbage trucks, etc. I'm just trying to narrow it down to what we actually hear for today, which is, 3 changes in the bylaw, and I wasn't quite clear on whether, that change in the bylaw was going to make an impact. So thanks for answering that, and I'll save my questions and comments once we get through the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Monkoff-Swain. Councillor Van Newkirk, do you have any further clarifying questions?
None, thank you.
And my colleagues have done such a great job that my clarifying questions have been checked off, and so I will also hold the rest of my questions and conversation for later in the process. Councillor Van Newkirk, pardon me, Councillor Natellenbos.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question, just for administration. There was mention in the report that the proposed changes align with regional policy directives. Are we able to, and growth strategies, are we able to clarify which strategies we're referring to?
Thank you for the question. So currently, our municipal development plan still reflects all of the density goals that were outlined in the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan. So those are still applicable because our internal documents have them. There isn't the same referral process in place, but the EMRB growth plan still stands and still provides direction to municipalities within the areas outlined.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further councillor clarifying questions, I would now like to invite the applicant to make their presentation to us on bylaw 1070-25. So I'll invite forward Holly Mickelson from Stantec and Shane Guerin from Qualico, as well as Nicholas Corrales from Streetside. You can fight over the two chairs. All right, thank you, Holly.
Deputy Mayor, if I may just confirm procedurally that the applicant has a total of 10 minutes time. So I just wanted to make sure whether or not that it was just Stantec that is going to be presenting, or if there's going to be another presentation as well. Okay, within that 10-minute time limit.
Perhaps I'll see how the presentation goes with Ms. Mickelson and try and something that I would like 10 minutes on my own, so.
Yeah, and so just to clarify the process, the presentation is 10 minutes followed by a time for question and answer, correct? Yeah. So it's your presentation, so you can handle it how you wish. And I do see that we have the 10-minute clock. We'll begin as you begin. Yep, and we are Mike's 5. There you go. So please, as you alternate speaking, please change the direction of the mic for you.
Sure.
It'll pick, especially for Councillor Van Newkirk being out of the room. Thank you.
My name is Holly Mickelson. I'm a planner at Stantec Consulting, and I'm here on behalf of Qualico Communities. Also here today, as you heard, is Shane Guerin from Qualico Communities, who will be making a presentation, and Nicholas Corrales from Streetside, who is available to answer questions. Sorry. This amendment is enabled, as you heard from administration, or is enabling a more flexible townhouse product across communities in Beaumont. This amendment supports the introduction of a 4.2 meter wide townhouse, an increasingly popular and attainable housing option that's currently constrained by existing. To enable this, we're proposing a series of focused changes, as you heard from administration, in the IN district, reducing lot width on internal units only from 4.9 to 4.2 meters, increasing maximum site coverage from 55% to 60%, and increasing maximum accessory coverage from 17% to 18%, and then clarifying how ABCD architectural variations are interpreted on these narrower units. These changes would only apply to internal multi-attached units with lane access and only within the IN district. The first proposed amendment is actually just adding an addition to the current regulation to allow for a minimum lot width of 4.2 meters. Like I said, only on the internal lots within multi-attached buildings, such as townhouses, were accessed from a lane. All other lot requirements, such as block size and setbacks, remain unchanged. The standard minimum of 4.9 meters would continue to apply to all other situations, including external townhouses, units, and development without lane access. As you heard from administration, the second proposed change is lot coverage. The regulation remains largely unchanged, with the specific internal townhouse units with lane access going from 55% to 60%, where it's an attached rear garage, and increasing from 17 to 18% on a detached garage. The amendment to the design standards, so the last amendment relates to the architectural variations requirement, specifically how existing ABCDA design guidelines are interpreted and applied. The current framework works well for single detached homes, but in this case of townhouse style developments, it's less effective and often leads to ambiguity in how variation is achieved or assessed. The proposed wording is clearer in intent about the variation requirements and is aiming to achieve and outlines flexible set of tools like material changes, roof line shifts, and massing. So this amendment responds directly to emerging housing trends identified by the development industry. There's growing demand for compact, efficient housing forms, and our client is taking a proactive step to support this demand. Consumers, specifically first-time home buyers, young professionals, and smaller households are looking for more attainable, flexible options, increased housing diversity, and options that relate to the competitiveness between cities and communities. Housing challenges are nearly a daily news item and national in scope. The demographics of home ownership are changing, and increased housing choice helps people to change their housing needs while staying in the community and staying in familiar neighborhoods. This helps improve stability of local communities and encourages aging in place. It also supports affordability and flexibility. So this gentle increase in density increases efficiency of land use and utility servicing and increases the range of housing choices at different price points. What this change could look like is one of the most important things to note is that while this amendment allows a slightly narrower lot for interior townhouses, the overall built form remains consistent with what is already existing in Beaumont neighborhoods. From the street, these homes look very familiar, same facades, same heights, same architectural rhythm along the block. This isn't a dramatic change, it's a refinement of what's already working with a 0.7 meter reduction in lot width for interior units only, something that is virtually undistinguishable from the street for the average person. This gentle increase in density doesn't drastically change the numbers of homes on the street, but allows for that flexibility. So in terms of the scope of change, 0.7 meters per interior unit. One new unit will be created every three fourplexes. Typical fourplex is 19.4 meters, so that's 5.5 plus 4.2 plus 4.2 plus 5.5. 3 fourplexes equals 58.2 meters. 175 meter block face will generate 3 additional dwellings. The land use bylaw currently requires a minimum of 1 parking stall per dwelling. You can see on your screen here that townhomes with attached garages, as seen on the first image, typically provides 2 on-site stalls, 1 in the garage and 1 on the driveway. Townhomes with detached garages, shown in the second image, provide 1 on-site stall in the rear garage, which meets the minimum requirement. A key benefit to the detached garage configuration is lane access, which keeps driveways off the street front and preserves on-street parking. In terms of snow storage and snow management, it's important to note that there is no functional change to the available space of the storage options when compared to the traditional double garage lots. In both 4.2 meter wide lots with single car garages and 5.6 meter wide lots with double garages, snow is typically stored in the same locations between or beside garage doors and within side setbacks. So in terms of engagement, we recognize that it's hard to do perfect public engagement, and it's always a challenge. There's always different expectations and opinions of what constitutes enough outreach. Engagement standards were set out by administration, and we followed those requirements throughout the process. Because this is a citywide amendment, we took a citywide approach by utilizing newspaper ads, the city's development application webpage, a public survey, and by making contact information available for anyone who had questions or feedback. Given its applicability across the city, it wouldn't have been reasonable or cost-effective to send direct notices to every single resident. We also reached out directly to builders and developers active in Beaumont to give them an opportunity to review and comment. There is a reasonable expectation that residents who are engaged in civic affairs will make use of the city's existing public channels, like the website and local paper, and stay informed. I'm going to pass the presentation on to Shane, so this time, sorry, it took up a lot of time.
That's okay. We weren't aware of some of the time restrictions. I need to go to the other slide deck that was provided this morning, Madam Clerk, if that's possible. Thank you. Okay, and I'm going to motor through some of this to some of the preamble, which is valuable information. But I'll get into some of the demand that we're seeing for compact housing forms. So This change is going to allow us to take another step towards meeting what we perceive as extremely high demand for compact townhomes. In addition to responding to growth pressures, there are some other drivers in the market today that I'm going to expand upon in the next couple slides. And some of you have seen this before. First one here is the rapid rise of single-person households, which grew from 13% in 1961 to 29% in 2023, more than doubling. We're actually expecting to see this increase to a total of 40% of all households in Canada by the year 2041. So continuing this trajectory and actually almost exponentially increasing. As of April 2023, 58% of rental households in Canada were single occupancy. So the demand for single-person homes is intensive and it's growing. This slide highlights the current purpose-built rental market, which currently purpose-built rentals make up almost all walk-up apartment-style buildings and units in the city. Minimal units are being built for the purpose of sale, so there's an entire segment of the market here that have lost apartments essentially as an ownership option. So as such, townhomes do present a good fee-simple home ownership opportunity that does make sense for a lot of people. This chart shows home ownership rates in Canada dating back to the 60s. You can see the downward trend started in about 2010. And I recognize this is Canadian-based and, you know, markets like Toronto and Vancouver may skew the data, but I do find the orange dash line on the right-hand side to be interesting in the sense that this statistic has only been tracked in Canada recently, and it shows a dramatic upward swing in the percent of non-owners who gave up trying to buy a home. Diving a little back closer to home, in the Edmonton region, 70% of non-home owners feel they will never own a home, according to a 2024 news poll. And despite Alberta's relatively affordable housing market compared to other provinces, young Albertans still face challenges. The Albertans aged 18 to 38 who do not currently own a home, 74% of those prioritize home ownership, but only 53% believe it's achievable. I can stop there and we can continue on depending on some of the questions or whether or not council is interested in hearing additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. I appreciate you respecting the timer. We do want to make sure that everyone's treated fairly in this process. Let's get to some of our questions and we'll see if there's an opportunity for you to fill in some of the blanks there in your presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Newkirk, do you have any questions for the applicants?
Yeah, I'll maybe start with one. Let me know when we're ready.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, question for the applicant. If this change didn't go through, what type of properties would you be building in these areas?
I'll take that one. To the Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Van Newkirk. In this circumstance, we're currently designated for low to medium density residential development. In this case, I don't know if the current allowances under the IN zone would be viable for townhome development for developers like ourselves, mostly because currently the bylaw only allows a 16-foot unit. We do not see a 16-foot unit as being marketable because it actually offers the exact same number of bedrooms, the exact same number of the same den, the same amount of parking stalls, and the same amount of bathrooms as a 12-foot unit that we're currently building elsewhere in the region. So 12 to 16 really doesn't make much of a difference. Today, the only allowable unit that we would build, well, there's an 18-foot townhome that's currently available, but my colleague, Mr. Carls here, who is in the townhome building business, will tell you that that product is becoming extinct because there really just isn't a market for it with some of the competing products elsewhere, including duplexes, some of our single side yard, front attached or rear detached product of the like. So realistically, I think we'd be moving away from townhomes entirely, which would certainly be, not a position we want to be in at this time. Thanks.
Yeah, just a clarifying question.
Go ahead, Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, so if you moved away from townhomes, maybe just elaborate on what that would look like.
It's going to be, we're going to have to really do some soul searching here. But I think the likelihood right now would probably be moving into some sort of single-family residential, right? Whether it be lane or front attached, and mostly in the marketplace would support zero lot line. I think we call it single side yard here in Beaumont today.
Any further follow-up, Councillor Van Newkirk?
No, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you for the applicant's answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. Seeing no other councillors queued up, I'll just take the opportunity to ask the question. A few times in the various reports we've heard today, we've heard about market forces that are driving the push towards, and you started in your presentation to speak to that, Mr. Garion. Maybe you have some others drawn up between 2017 and 2019 for the most part, and today. What has changed in the landscape, locally, provincially, federally, that's moving some of these changes? Feel free to speak to business, but also governmental pressures that our developers are under.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. I think I've kind of touched on some of the main components here, the rise of the single-family household. We've talked about no apartments currently going to market in the region that would allow another option. We've talked about home ownership rates and how they're declining, and that really gets into the next piece to this puzzle, which speaks to, which is pretty much all-encompassing, which is affordability. Right, we're seeing a situation where salaries are not keeping up with the cost to buy a home. So, therefore, just a lot fewer people are able to access the market, which is pushing us in directions to find different ways to accommodate that segment of the market. Hopefully, that answers your question. Did you want to add anything?
Go ahead, Mr. Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. The two bits I would add to my colleague's answer would be interest rates as one. You know, they are softening, but that pressure is still higher than it traditionally has been. And lately, I'd say specifically in the last year, just buyer uncertainty, the sentiment of consumers, there's a lot more nervousness in the market, so they are more inclined to trend towards a product that is more attainable, knowing that they're in less of a pinch in a world that is somewhat uncertain these days.
Thank you.
And I'm going to continue on here. I think the other shift that we've seen over the last couple of decades, at least since I've been in this business, really is a push for sustainable development principles from municipalities and urban planners and the urban planning industry, right? Which is really focusing on finding better ways to build more efficiently so that we're reducing our overall footprint in terms of, say, sprawl or consumption of agricultural land, amongst other different things. But there's definitely a sense to doing much more with less, right? More efficient utilization of our services. And those are starting to permeate through especially some of the larger municipalities where they've realized that the current trajectory of development is really just not sustainable, not only from an environmental and a social aspect, but really from a long-term fiscal management perspective for those municipalities.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Van Newkirk. Pardon me, Councillor Natellenbos. C3. Go ahead, Councillor Natellenbos.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're both Dutch, so I can see how you could get those confused. Just bugging you. Just a couple of questions, I guess. One, I guess just a question in general to the presenter, maybe as a whole. A lot of the benefits that were presented are for everyone else. What benefit does it have to the developer or Qualico yourselves?
Well, for us, realistically, from, say, a monetary perspective, and I don't think this is maybe the best place to talk about that, but I will share with you that townhomes for us are actually we charge less per front foot for a townhome product. One common misconception I think that's out there is that we're just packing in lots to generate profits. I think we sell our land on a front foot basis, right? So for all intents and purposes, depending on the market, it might not matter if it's 100 feet wide or 2 feet wide. We're selling it on the basis of a front foot. Those front foot rates do vary and I acknowledge that. But we actually take less in terms of profit margin from a townhome product. The benefit to developers is really time. Our biggest risk in land development is the passage of time and carrying costs associated with time. So for us, the benefit is really advancing time to help your internal rate of return move a little bit faster. The more money you have expended on a project, the longer it takes, obviously that's whittling it away. So we want to bring to the market products that are sensitive to the market with hopes that we'll be able to move a little bit faster with our development.
Sounds a lot like how capitalism works, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Councillor Nathalie, follow up?
No, well,
I just saw your
different
mic was
question,
still on.
different question.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Another question.
perfect. Just relating to, I guess, the approach, in some of the, and this may tie in administration as well, but when we had compared some of the other municipalities and kind of the setup that exists between the 4.2 meters or not, and then the lot consumption, it appears that we would have the biggest lot consumption based on the 4.2 meters. There was one other outlier there that had larger lot size. But just wondering how come Beaumont to try and consume the most lot off that 4.2 meters? So it's just a lot of consumption, and we would kind of be the rare municipality, at least in the stats that were provided.
Respectfully, I do believe that number for Edmonton was incorrect. Site coverage for row housing like this in Edmonton is actually 60%, so it's the same as what's being proposed here. It's, again, similar to product we've already seen in surrounding municipalities and in the Edmonton region, I guess. I don't think the burden is being asked for the city of Beaumont to take on more lot consumption than surrounding municipalities.
Perfect. Okay, so I guess just for clarity.
I'm just going to jump in and let Mr. Guerin
Well,
respond.
I was just going to say, yeah, we're working through similar amendments based on the products that start to come to market in various municipalities. And I will say that 60% is definitely what we're being asked to deliver for site coverage in most municipalities today, whether it's actually injected into the bylaw or not. That is typically the ask that we hear from our clients who are the builders.
Thank you. Follow-up or an additional question?
Additional question.
Okay.
Perfect. We talk about affordability. You know, it's part of, I won't even get into it, but when we say that word, what do we actually mean? So when we talk about affordability for this individual unit with the decreased lot size as well as increase in total lot coverage, how much are we saving?
Okay. Excellent question. And this kind of gets into the slides I was about to broach through the slide deck when we ran out of time. So currently, what we have here is a matrix, and I believe this was prepared using the end of Q3 data from 2024, and that's just, I had to have a benchmark when the application was made, so that's what we kind of chose to do, using the rates at that time, and as you know, they fluctuate. But an 18-foot townhome, and the reason that's in yellow is because that is currently permitted in the IN zone. The starting price approximately at that time, $380,000, and the annual approximate annual income needed to qualify for that was $92,600 per household. 16-foot, I have it here. Obviously, I have noted that as unmarketable because you get the exact same things, less 100 square feet from a 14 and a 12-foot product. But as you can see here, we're reducing the price there. When you get a 14-foot, now you're into, which is really what we're here asking for today. We're actually moving down to an approximate annual income level of about $76,750, which is your average annual income. And I'll take the opportunity, if I may. So 12s and 11s, we put them on here. Those are options that are available in most municipalities in the region today, specifically the 12-foot, which is available in fee simple form. 11-foots and 10-foots are actually coming to market now as well in certain areas. Those are in condo form only, meaning they're part of essentially a complex and don't have those pure fee simple ownership rights. When we look at this is kind of what I was talking about, the difference between an 18, which is currently what's allowed, and all these other options that are coming to market today. 16 foot, as you can see, 1,200 square feet, 2 bedrooms and a den, 2.5 bathrooms, 2 parking stalls, coming in at $340,000. 14 foot, basically we're coming in at with 100 square feet less. We have the same amount of bedrooms, same dens, same bathrooms, same parking. So effectively the same or very similar livability. And I think if my planner math is correct, and that's actually a thing, we're looking at a $25,000 advantage relative to the 16s. And what are we there? Yeah, you can, yeah, what am I looking at there? Relative to the 18.
Well, the spread relative to the
Yeah,
18?
spread relative to the 18.
65,000.
65,000 relative to what we can currently build, or what we would potentially build today. Taking the 16 out as an option we don't see as marketable and are not seeing anyone want to build.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you. I guess just another question in regard to that. Obviously, numbers were pulled somewhere or from somewhere, but I mean, just to the credibility of the numbers, like, is this something that like we could almost hold you to, and we'd see house sale prices at these numbers? Because my concern is there's numbers there, but if the opportunity exists to capitalize on those numbers, then they just don't hold much value unless there's some kind of guarantee there in affordability.
Certainly, I'd be happy to address that question. So the land, as my colleague answered, we purchased from them by the front foot. After that, we build the home. The prices fluctuate, but I'd say the spread is something you can certainly hold us to. So as land prices, construction cost, interest rates, as they move, but it remains true that the spread between the 14-foot and the 18-foot product remains at about that range. In all the areas we're currently building, that's about the range, regardless of, say, the land price in that area, that spread more or less holds.
Perfect. And last question for myself is just in regards to the application, how come not for a specific area? How come a carte blanche? You know, maybe where it could be tested or piloted or see what happens in a given area versus all of Beaumont?
Okay. Well, number one, I think we started working on this with administration, and we were kind of open to different ideas of how to start to inject this into the Beaumont landscape. And, you know, of course, we did talk about direct control, but, you know, direct controls are in one way frowned upon just by municipalities because they can be very convoluted and it opens the door to so much variation, which has a place. But I think what we realized collectively was that a direct control maybe wasn't appropriate here just because this is so common in the region that really if you want to go and test case this or pilot it, like all these things exist right in our backyard. I mean, I know that we've had tours with administration of council just to kind of assess the product and give you the insight. So I think our perspective was it wasn't necessary considering we've got so many examples that we can access throughout the greater Edmonton area.
Thank you. I appreciate the response there. And
If I could just add a little bit to that. So with the direct controls or site-specific zoning, one of the main issues with that is it doesn't evergreen as changes to the land use bylaw may occur and updates to a land use bylaw may occur. So it's always nice to have things in conventional zoning so that as administration and council looks at zoning bylaws or land use bylaws that we can update that. Also, there's efficiency in looking at it holistically and applying it to the IN zone as a whole, so efficiency of administration and for council and for developers in the area rather than applying on a case-by-case basis. It's such a marginal change that we didn't see this as an impact such that was so unique that needed a direct control zone.
Perfect. And just a follow-up question really quick here. So just
to clarify, there's no one else in the queue. Sam's in the queue now. Okay, so this will be your final question, then we'll go to Sam, and then we do need to move on in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. So just, there's mention that it's very comparable to surrounding municipalities, but based on the statistics provided, it seems like Edmonton is the most comparable, correct? In terms of this change, if it were to go ahead?
Edmonton probably has the most examples, the most similarities and most built form.
But just in terms of if we were to adjust this bylaw, it would be more comparable to what Edmonton has now as opposed to some of the other municipalities that are surrounding us.
It would be closer to Edmonton, but Edmonton's also a bit more aggressive in their zoning bylaw in terms of allowing down to 3.6 meters on interior.
Perfect, thank you.
I'll just add, Councillor, this is a 14-foot townhome is pretty much approved in similar form, whether there's slight variations to the site coverage in almost all municipalities throughout the region at this point, with the exception of Leduc. Leduc we're facing the exact same discussion in Leduc right now, and I think basically the terms of some of those applications are very similar in terms of how we want to approach it overall. We're even doing this product in Devon now, and so we're quite proud that things are moving forward throughout the region. So.
Thank you. Councillor Runkel-Swain.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder if we could just, maybe easier to pull up the map here. So I'm on page 46 of the whole piece, but the one that shows the land use, showing the IN district, etc. My question is pretty straightforward around whether there is any existing homes that are there today. So you've identified the area that you're looking to make that change. Any residents that are there today that this change would be a change to?
Bear with us a second. We're just getting the visual to help visualize your question.
46, I think it is. Yeah, so you've identified the area in black stripes, I think, Ms. Sharp, I think you spoke to. I don't know, that's their presentation, but maybe to speak to that area and whether there is currently residents there now, or is that yet to be built?
Assuming that question is for us, so I believe administration put this up as an example of what could happen here. So I'm not sure applied to the IN zone or district as a whole. So it may impact residents, or there may be existing residents around IN districts that would be impacted. But in this case, it was, I think, used as an example by administration.
Yeah, thanks for that. Did you want to?
No, yeah, I'm not familiar with this particular community at all, so it was just an example piece. Yep.
And the reason why I'm asking is, I've heard a lot of feedback from folks around, if I know what I'm going into, right? But then you're once I'm in there, and then you're changing it on me, right? So I don't quite have that picture, and maybe I'll save that question once we get through the public hearing for administration, just around if there are any areas that are existing that potential residents would be impacted on by this change. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Ms. Sharp, did you want to speak to this?
I can. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Yes, this was for illustrative purposes. This specific block was very recently subdivided, so right now it's all still owned by the developer. There are homes in the north half of Lakeview that have been built out and are occupied by the first homeowners of the area. Yes, but this particular block, there is no application to have the narrower lot width. It was for illustrative purposes only.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Councillor Runkel-Swain, do you have any further questions? Thank you. Thank you, Council, for the thorough job of clarifying. And thank you, administration, and thank you to our applicants for very clear and thorough presentations. We now come to the point in our process where I will ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of bylaw 1070-25. And so we'll turn over the front table here. And I'll ask Madam Clerk to help me as we identify if there's anyone ready to speak in favor of bylaw 1070. No one
you.
had, yeah,
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We did have two individuals. If you want to make your way to the front, you
Yeah.
can.
please come to the front.
Thank you.
And then as you come to the mic is live. I'll just ask if you'd please state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak once you begin, and the clock will be up on the screen for you.
Excellent. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Dustin Berube. I'm with Avilia Developments. We have multiple active developments happening within Beaumont. We're here to just show support with this land use amendment, the proposed land use amendment, as we do see the benefits of it. With the smaller product type, we do support and see that it helps assist in achieving density targets. Further offers affordable product type and build forms for first-time home buyers. So really everything that we would like to support has essentially already been presented today, but we did feel that it was important to show our support with this, and definitely product type that we would like to introduce in the future in our communities as well.
Thank you, Mr. Berube. It sounded like you were coming to a close, but.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm at a close, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll have no questions for you at this time. Was there an additional, just maybe a question on process, Madam Clerk? Do we alternate between in favor and opposed, or all of the folks wishing to speak in favor go first?
Thank you, Chair. Anyone who wishes to speak in favor will speak first, and then we'll go to opposed, and then anyone who wishes to.
Deemed affected?
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Was there an additional person that wishes to speak in favor? I do note that in the public agenda as distributed, there were 3 written submissions that came in, so folks can reference the agenda if they'd like to read those in full. I'm not seeing anyone else indicating, and so we will move, and I will now ask if there's anyone wishing to speak in opposition of bylaw 1070-25. Mr. Colesmith, if you'd come forward to the table, please. Didn't mean to steal your thunder. Please introduce yourself for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes to speak once you begin your remarks.
Thank you. So my name is Anthony Colesmith. I'd like to speak in opposition. I was making notes, so this will be just a series of points rather than something entirely coherent like a speech. But we talk about the reduced frontage, and one thing I didn't hear addressed was the garbage bins. We have 2 bins, and a recycling bag have to be 1 meter apart. So that's going to add up to 3 meters and plus. That's about 70% of the total frontage. Again, you know, the what problem are we trying to solve? So will these units be less expensive? It looks like maybe a little bit. I saw a difference of about $100 a month on the mortgage payment, but the slide didn't say at what interest rate that was. I've heard that currently the units with the widths we have are not marketable, but they're selling in other municipalities. They're going up quickly in Leduc. I work in Leduc, and I know they're going up quite quickly there. So maybe just a challenge for this one developer, I don't know. We're growing quickly already. You know, we talk about having options, and our town is growing incredibly quickly. People are coming in, there's lots of demand. That's certainly not the challenge. It was claimed it was for housing diversity. That always seems to mean more density. It never goes the other way. The applicant said these units look very much the same as the current units. Well, that isn't a variety, right? One of the arguments was that it's variety. We're saying they look exactly the same. He pointed to single-family home growth. And I'd argue, talking to many people, relatives in Toronto and Edmonton and other places, the challenge is that they can't find a multifamily home, right? It's not the drive for a single-family home. There just aren't multifamily homes in there. The fire chief addressed access for fire with respect to snow in the laneway, but I didn't hear anybody consider the secondary suites that can be allowed in these garages and ambulance access and parking from that respect. They pointed out that there are 2 parking stalls, but again, I'd like to point out tandem parking, especially if there are 2 dwelling units in this structure, parking one in front of the other. That's not 2 parking spots, that's 1 parking spot. We addressed snow, the buffer on either side, versus the double garage versus the single garage. Well, with the double garage, nobody ever parks 2 cars in them. They're never big enough anyway. And if you look in the winter, and I've taken pictures, a lot of that double width is actually snow, an accommodation for that. So I don't know that we're really coming out ahead there. And then we talk about having options for first-time home buyers. We're putting up apartments now. There's options. What would be the driver for this unit? It certainly isn't a yard, because we're taking away the impermeable ground, something that's been talked about over and over again here, and it's been used as an argument against other developments. But here we are sacrificing it again, and I'm just not seeing the benefit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Colesmith, for your presentation and for keeping to the time allotted. Are there anyone else further in attendance that wishes to speak in opposition to bylaw 1070-25? Please come forward and introduce yourself, state your name for the record, and when you begin to speak, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name's Bill McNamara. I live on 44th Avenue and 54th Street in Beaumont and have for 33 years. When I saw this going down amendment to 4.2 from 4.9, I wrote a long book, but I'm not going to because I know time's limited. My main concern, I think a lot of it has been brought up in regards to the carte blanche passing of the bylaw, which could take place in other areas in the future. The part that people may live there or live close to where this is being proposed would not be much different than what happened in Dance Row with something coming in the future. When council doesn't phase in and the public isn't aware of what's happening, of course, the land use bylaw is the direction that administration takes and the developer goes by. However, it does affect the residents that were there possibly 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Quickly, I certainly 100 years ago sat in this chamber as a councillor and had a huge debate going from 15-meter lots to 14-meter lots in Citadel Ridge. And then down to 12-meter lots was a massive debate with previous councillor behind me, Councillor Poitras. Now it's 4.9 going to 4.2, and saying that there's 2.5 feet in between. When we live in a winter city, I have 10 feet in between, and I know my snow pile is this high. I think there has to be reality of the type of housing to fit the area it's from. Certainly, I have seen these homes in Fort Saskatchewan. It's right beside a seniors building across from the hospital and across from a massive park. In this case, where is the quality of life? Where is the families, as mentioned, that may want to live there? And there's no green space at all except in the front yard along the street. The infrastructure, as I mentioned, the snow removal, the garbage removal, and the protective services, if you build this many lots in. There's certainly a choice, or it was brought up, between direct control and the integral neighborhood. Certainly direct control, you can have that look at what it's going to look like in a particular area, who's it going to affect, and are there services for that area. I certainly speak against this bylaw. I think 4.9 is sufficient. As mentioned, some are at 5.6, some 4.9, City of Edmonton maybe at 4.2. you can still build something we need. We need diversified housing, we need density, and we certainly need housing in this country right now. But we also need to take into effect, this is our community, and I hope in the future, as projects like this, that the community, through you, could certainly have that discussion, not only just at a bylaw change, but at the actual development stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNamara. Appreciate your words and keeping to the time allotted. I'll ask again, is there Mr. Poitras, if you'd like to come forward? Please do state your name for the record, and when you begin to speak, you'll have 5 minutes.
Gil Poitras. I live on Montelay. I've lived in town for close to 35 years now. As former Councillor McNamara said, we used to serve on council together. He used to call me the guy that took his thunder away all the time, so I let him talk first tonight. But having said that, he did cover a number of good points. The speakers before did as well. The things that I've heard years ago when I sat in your seats is the same thing that I'm hearing tonight. Oh, it's going to be cheaper. Oh, it's going to be better. Oh, this is what people want. It's the same story. Every time they want to change the bylaws, it's the same story. And at the end of the day, time has proven that that's not always true. It's too small. They keep going smaller, smaller, smaller. I fought that when I was on council. As hard as I could, it was approved, and it kept getting smaller and smaller. And over the last 10 years, we have to do what the city does. A lot of us moved away from the city to get away from this. We don't want to see it in our community. We don't want to see what everybody else has. We want to see something that's going to benefit us as a community. We were a unique community for years, and now we've started copying everybody else, and we're no longer that unique community that people love to come to. They move here to try to get away from the city. We don't need what they have in the city. We need something unique to us. And if the developers can't do that, somebody else will. So obviously I'm opposed to this. I think it's just one more way to push in the projects that they want to do, not what we need. We've heard it all before. The councils before you have heard it. A lot of them have given in to those, I call them threats, because really that's what it is. If you don't do what I want, I'm going elsewhere. I didn't appreciate that as a councillor, and I hope you don't either. So I could go on, but I think people have made their point as to what it is they believe in. I believe in Beaumont as a unique community and something that we need to build for what we want to see, not what somebody else wants to shove down our throats. And this is just one more step along that line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poitras. I believe that brings to conclusion the folks here who would like to speak in opposition to bylaw 1070-25. One last opportunity. Seeing no one, I will ask now if anyone who deems themselves to be affected by bylaw 1070-25 would like to come forward. Seeing no one volunteering, and hearing no further presentations, I will now close the public hearing for bylaw 1070-25 at 6:49 p.m. And I'll just check. So the public hearing is closed, and we will move forward in our agenda. Sorry, Madam Clerk. I wasn't sure if you were...
No, I just wanted to confirm we'll just move into now going into second reading of bylaw 1070-25 now that the public hearing has concluded.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do want to check in with folks. We've been meeting now for about an hour and 50 minutes. How are we doing? Do we need a bit of a brief recess? Or do you want to push through with the second? Pardon me? Yep. So it looks like some folks in the room do need a recess. So we will move into recess at 6:50 and we'll take 5 minutes and reconvene at 6:55. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just confirming I'm here.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Councillor Van Newkirk. Usually I look across the table and see people's faces and look at their name tags and stay on track. It's a little more challenging tonight. Appreciate your patience with me, Councillor Natellenbos. So I'll begin by asking if there is a councillor ready to move second reading of the bylaw 1070-25 land use bylaw amending bylaw. Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Thank you. I'll move that bylaw 1070-25 land use.
And being that you're the mover, I'll give you the first opportunity to speak to the bylaw.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of very, very brief comments, and I'm interested in what my colleagues have to say here around this. But I think big picture, heard the feedback today, heard it a lot over the last little while about density generally. I'll remind my colleagues up here around what we're actually voting on today, right? This isn't a referendum on density, although it kind of feels like it here. What we've been asked is to reduce the lot widths from 4.9 to 4.2, increase the coverage 55 to 60% in these very specific areas, and that lot coverage from 17 to 18%. So to me, that's what I'm looking at here today. I do, as mentioned in my earlier question, have a concern around a change of a land use where someone is already there, and so I'll talk about that down the road. But generally, I think what is being offered here is a cheaper housing option, allowing for individuals earning roughly, based on the numbers that were put up there, around $20,000 less to buy into Beaumont. So what are we trying to solve? We're trying to attract and encourage a variety of folks to come into Beaumont, but also, the whole point around, not the whole point, but a big plus around density is the lower the density, it costs Beaumont more to service, whether it's snow clearing, all that sort of stuff. We've seen all the stats. We've had these conversations several times, and trying to, the same folks who have had conversations with me are concerned about density, also concerned when taxes go up because we need to, we've got more kilometers of road that we've got to clear, et cetera, right? So you got to have that both ways. But I'll speak to there's some comments about, where's the green space? These lots are too small. I hear you. I'd say for who, right? Many people want the green space. Many people want the big backyard. There are options, existing options like that in Beaumont. Not seeing the new ones, but there are existing options like that. But not everyone wants that. And more importantly, not everyone can afford that. And so I think what is being proposed here is striking that balance. I personally choose to live in an area that has a larger backyard, and that's my personal preference. And an individual wanting to take an opportunity to move into Beaumont, to buy into Beaumont, may not want that, and more importantly, their price point may not be there. So, personally, I think I have also, I've taken a tour of these buildings that have been showing up here on the screen, taking a look in winter and in summer, driven around there. And I get the concerns about where the garbage can goes, et cetera. I've heard Chief Melvin obviously, if there was a major concern from a protective services perspective, the chief would speak up about it, and I haven't heard that. So for me personally, I think this is a conversation for a specific area. I will speak to notification processes once other people go through the comments, but generally, I think this is a nice option for Beaumont to consider, and I'll be voting in favor of this, and I'll look forward to seeing what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Monkoff-Swain. Councillor Natellenbos, I have you next, and then Councillor Barnhart, and then Councillor Van Newkirk. I'm assuming that you'd like to speak to the bylaw?
Yeah, put me in line after Councillor Barnhart. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Natellenbos. You have the floor.
Perfect. Thank you. I guess just to start off, obviously we have these public hearings for valid reason. We get an opportunity to hear everyone's feedback as well as have presentations and learn about what's being proposed beyond just a document. So have to appreciate that and all the comments that come forward. I do appreciate those who step outside of their box and come forward and discuss the concerns or the support that they have for any of these proposals. So again, thank you to everyone. Start off with that. Couple of things I do want to note just in my observations. When we look at support versus no support, seems like all the letters and the support come from builders, developers, or organizations representing builders or developers. And then what we had seen in opposition were folks that live here and are members of the community. So it's really interesting to see. Obviously, we want to continue to build good relationships with developers and builders, but we also want to make sure we take care of our residents and their needs and their wants and basically the community they want to live in. So obviously weighing both factors and evaluating what's been presented. Just driving in here, I know density is something that's pushed, but on my way in, very similar setup with obviously not the reduced lot size or increased consumption of lots. You see kids out there playing hockey, and you see vehicles parked along the side, and you see the issues that come with children trying to cross the street in a congested area because of all that additional parking. And these same residents have garage units in the back, and there's not much parking being done in the back. It's all along the street. So one of my concerns is just public safety in general, especially when it comes to kids. As we decrease lot size and increase the size of the house, we increase occupants and decrease the area where we can park, which creates that growing concern. I also do feel, and I'm concerned, that if we apply this across the board, hence apply it to the land use bylaw and not just a given area, we're experimenting with something, I guess, that's quite similar to Edmonton, which we aren't Edmonton, and similar municipalities just aren't on the same page yet. So I'm all for taking the gamble every once in a while if I feel that there's significant benefit for the community. But it's somewhat tough to see right now. The old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't know that we're at a point where it's broken here in Beaumont that we need to fix it. We reference density targets, and yes, there's existing plans, but a lot of that stems from the EMRB, which previously existed and put together those targets. So I don't know that that's an argument that should be used in the sense that we want to hit our density targets. Lots of good information. The affordability factor is obviously important, and Councillor Monkoff-Swain had referenced that. Whenever there's an opportunity to provide affordable housing, it's obviously something we want to look at. But again, the concern lies in that a product like this can go into an existing community, can affect existing community members. Whereas if it was a brand new development, as Councillor Monkoff-Swain had mentioned, and everyone knows what they're expecting, then it's a different scenario. So the carte blanche term that's used is a little concerning for myself as well. So that's where I stand in regards to it. So I thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos, and I will pass it to Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Okay, I'm betwixt and between. I very much hear what both of my colleagues are saying, and really do wish that what we had seen from the community was more in terms of both sides of the story, but what we're hearing from the residents is that have attended and taken the time and the energy and the effort to really speak clearly about what they believe, what they've seen, what they want for this community. That really does make an impact on my vote, as it should. But I do know from having talked to younger folks and first-time home buyers in the community who would like to be first-time home buyers that there isn't enough of that variety of product for them. And so affordability, accessibility, different options, those really speak to me as something that I'd like to see. But I think the area that maybe so far the three of us that have spoken agree on is the carte blanche and the idea that it would be everywhere in our community. I don't know if there's still that option, and is it appropriate, Deputy Mayor, for me to ask the administration a question at this point?
Yep.
Okay. Then I don't know if it would be Ms. Raymond who might answer this question. What's going through our minds, I think, collectively is, can we in some way approve this on a pilot basis or on a project basis, or is this the only option we have? And tie in with that, what are the downsides of not approving that from a City of Beaumont perspective? I know what the downsides are to the developer, the builders, the investors, and we've heard what the residents are concerned about, but what about from the entire city? What's the downside of not approving this change to the bylaw? Anything you can give me there that would help me go from one side to the other here would be appreciated.
Ms. Raymond, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Barnhart. I think that, we're looking at Beaumont has an affordable housing strategy. We're looking at more attainable housing product. You're looking at options for people to be able to change their family composition and still live within the community in which they have those supports. And there aren't that many options for people here within Beaumont. I think we've heard that through our engagement, that youth leave the community over a time period and you don't come back till you can afford to have a house here. And so those are options that are missing for them, or, people that get divorced and stuff like that, they end up having to leave their community, which can be, it's got a whole other thing, right, where you leave your support systems. I also think that us not approving this would reduce certainty for developers. It would reduce their desire to do investment within Beaumont. This is a business, unlike, just like any other, I think, where we're looking at partnerships and investment in the community and helping us to build the community that we want. We have an opportunity to shape the community. And this is that decision point, is what does that community look like? And moving towards smaller lots, in an area that's already shown as multifamily or medium density residential in the outline plans or in the area structure plans. This isn't changing that. It's still that same form of development. It's just on a smaller lot. You wouldn't know what the size of the lot was when you walked by the street. You wouldn't have known that on the outline plans or the marketing plans that were first put forward. So I don't think you would see anything that was different here. We're moving towards our municipal development plan goals. We're working towards those things through this amendment. And that's kind of that reality. We're going to reduce operating and maintenance costs for the municipality by having more houses in a smaller area of land. That reduces our footprint, that reduces our carbon footprint. So there's environmental aspects. Yes, it's a trade-off with a loss of impermeable surface, if we're going to talk about that. But that is trade-offs as the community begins to develop. But this is something where if we're afraid of, or we don't like the amount of site coverage, we can change that. That's an opportunity to say go from the 60 to 55%, or to make that less so that the site doesn't have as much housing that's on top of it, or as much housing form that's there. It provides parking in the back through driveways that exist, so that alleviates some of that parking concern that exists. And another opportunity for council could be, this does become a direct control. I think that direct controls can become death by 1,000 paper cuts. In a land use bylaw, it's a sign that you don't necessarily have confidence in that bylaw and it's not really working. I think if you have a bunch of direct controls, this isn't anything that is a brand new housing form. We're just looking at smaller lots and a slightly narrower housing product to what we're already building. So kind of another evolution. I don't think it warrants a direct control, but that is an opportunity, and that does provide more opportunity for public notification and feedback through a redistricting process, but that does add time delays, could be considered more red tape, that sort of thing, depending on what council's looking to get out of it. When we've had appeals previously on secondary suites or that sort of thing, they weren't successful. That's part of why we've made these standard within the land use bylaw. So this moves us towards that, where council wants us to go and what size you want your lots to look like. If you're willing to allow a 14-foot town, that's, I don't think I helped sway you one way or the other, but it does move you towards those goals and all of the things that council has spent time putting together, so.
Go ahead, Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you very much. No, it's a difficult question when it's across the entire community, and I'm just wondering, this is my last shot at this one, is the direct control the only option we have, or is there an option here for council to make some adjustments before we vote on it?
Go ahead, Ms. Raymond.
Through the chair to Councillor Barnhart, there's an opportunity to make adjustments to the bylaw prior to giving this second reading.
So there would have to be amendments voted on at this point specifically in order for that to happen?
Correct. If you would like to make a motion to amend the land use bylaw, this would be the time.
And direct control is the only other option other than across the whole integrated neighborhood?
Sorry, just one question.
That's okay. I see you discussing this.
Madam Clerk, did you, oh, pardon me.
Sorry, we've gotten some clarity from the city clerk here. She's suggesting that we should make a motion on what changes council would like to see and bring that back to a future council meeting.
Okay. At this stage, I don't want to get the cart before the horse. Councillor Barnhart, have you finished with your questions and your statements on the matter? Okay. So I would like to give Councillor Van Nieuwkerk an opportunity to speak to the bylaw that we have in front of us. And once everyone's had a chance to speak, then I would entertain let's give Councillor Van Nieuwkerk the opportunity to speak, and then we'll see where we're at and how we wish to proceed from there. Go ahead, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk.
Yeah, thank you. Got a couple additional questions for administration. First one is do we currently have a residential permit backlog in our department?
Ms. Sharp, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, through the chair, our timelines for processing permits are not where we want them to be. If you look at the inbox, the number of applications that are pending, there's several that, again, we're not processing within the timelines that we would like to be seeing, or, what's outlined in the Municipal Government Act.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the reason I asked that question is because without even considering this change, people want to come to Beaumont. There's a lineup to get here, and we just heard that. Just a question on infiltration. I did hear administration say trade-offs. Now, administration is, and I'm not here to debate with the administration, but I do want to hear some clarity on that. We've heard very strong opinions from administration around site coverage and the desire, requirement, and almost responsibility to maintain permeable ground for infiltration of water. And so if we have more site coverage with buildings and accessory buildings, that reduces that. Some comments from administration on that, please?
Who would like to speak to that? Ms. Raymond? Ms. Sharp?
I think I'll take a first attempt and let Ms. Raymond jump in if she has anything to add. When we were looking at the site coverage, the report talks about the degree of changes in a 5.49 area. I believe it was something to the effect of, sorry, I'm just going to look for it, 100 square feet. The other factor that was looked at, that these are our rear lane access. Because of that, there's the municipal boulevard that's there that allows public landscaping. That's landscaping that cannot be removed, unlike private landscaping that if we wanted to enforce the minimal landscaping standards, that would require higher levels of inspections and requirements. So if these were front attached products without the boulevard landscaping, it's kind of equal to one another based on the change in square footage. Also, again, back to the amount of square footage and lot coverage, it is an incremental change. It's not a significant change when you look at the whole scheme of where this redistricting, where this would be applicable, which is in the medium density only within the IN district on a laneway.
Yeah, thank you to administration for that answer. So what I would say to, to the debate here tonight is what we heard from a resident and former councillor tonight is incremental changes what's got us here, 15 to 14 to 4.9, so that's what's got us here. The other point I really want to make is more density equals more cars and parking, and you knew you were going to hear about parking from me because that's what I've been a broken record on, and that it just is the way. We have for every 175 meters we got 3 more units, which means on that same 175 meter block we have 3 to 6 more cars, and it is a fact that we can shake our heads all we want, but it is a fact that that's the truth, and that's the reality in Beaumont right now. So, Deputy Mayor, I'll hold my comments for now, or any more questions or comments for now, but that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. I do have a couple councillors queued up for a second round. I'm just checking my notes to see what has perhaps not been covered off. I wanted to say, coming out of our recess, that if you are a new person to Beaumont, showing up for a first time or watching for a first time at home, you couldn't get a better introduction to the city as it stands. The intelligence, the passion that people have, whether they're working here, living here, all of the above, for this place, the desire to protect what we have, but also the willingness to be open to welcoming new people to come and enjoy with us what we share here. And also the pressures that come with being a great place to live. And those have been, I think, enumerated very well by the presentations tonight, but also by the councillors and public members who've presented. The fact remains we have a tough decision in front of us tonight. I think, as I check my notes, most of the points that I wanted to make sure were raised or touched on have been. I will just add one to Councillor Natellenboss's point, and people are realizing now that the Edmonton Municipal Regional Board is now no longer in effect, and so some of the mandate or the stick that was over us to achieve certain density levels has been removed in a real way. But I just note for everyone to recall that we will soon be needing to renegotiate our agreements with neighboring municipalities, including Edmonton and Leduc County. And we are all together under the pressures from industry, from the public, from the federal government, from the provincial government to build more homes faster. We just came through a federal election where over 85% of the voting public voted for a party that had build more houses faster, get people housed as soon as possible as one of the top priorities. And so we know that this is top of mind for our residents, but also residents of Alberta and of this great country that we live in. And so these issues are not going away. As we negotiate those agreements with neighboring municipalities, I think it would be really hard to contemplate that density targets aren't part of those conversations too. Remains to be seen what those are agreed on. But I don't think the fact that EMRB has gone away immediately removes that as a piece that we need to factor into our decisions. With that being said, I'm going to reserve further comments and go to Councillor Monkoff-Swain for second round, and then to Councillor Natellenbos. Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Thank you. Maybe just a quick comment to Councillor Van Nieuwkerk's point there, asking about residential permits, where we're at, the backlog, people want to come to Beaumont. You also made the comment that we're here because of the incremental change. So I would say without that incremental change, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have lineups at the permitting office, and people wouldn't want to, A, develop, and B, move to Beaumont because they just wouldn't be able to provide those housing options. So that's why that was done. Maybe I just want to pull out a bit because I think what's potentially clouding this discussion is recent important discussions in Beaumont about density and really around change to existing spaces where people kind of moved in here and they think one thing and then all of a sudden it changes. And I'm just hoping to get administration to clarify a little bit more around what is the scale of this change, right? What is planned or what is allowed right now. We're talking about these lots on the inside, not on the outer. So, this is not the same scale of, a certain apartment block that goes from X to Y, which was drastic. So right now we're, 4.9%, we've seen all these numbers, 55%, 17%. So maybe just help us understand what is the actual change here. So physically, I'm walking down the street because I've seen these products. I think they're great. I think that people are going to want to buy into them, and I think they're great, and I want them in our community. But again, going back to what we're actually changing here, the discussion here on the bylaw, what is the actual implication for a resident? If I'm living in this, if I'm living in an area next to an IN district, and now this change comes in, what am I going to look at seeing here? What's the real difference for me as a resident?
Thank you, through the chair. So we're looking at a lot width difference of less than 2.5 feet, so it's about 2.29 feet. Looking at the report, the change in site coverage is about 88 to 100 square feet of lot coverage. This is more anecdotal, but I think on those tours, you have to have a very discerning eye to be able to tell when you're walking down the street that there is a difference in that lot width. They're designed to be cohesive and to be the difference between a 14 and 16 foot product. So in terms of the difference, those are the numbers. The look and feel is maybe more anecdotal, but.
Yeah, and I think that's my point here, right? That what is being asked of, and I certainly don't have that trained eye that I'm going to go by and be like, hey, look, that house is 2.5 feet wider than the next. Like what we're seeing the value of being able to bring in this product is a reduction in price, right? Allowing more folks to come in, and I just remind council here that we're not providing an opportunity for this broader, big, significant change that folks are going to wake up one day and think that they're getting this, and all of a sudden now this is this massive shift on them. That leads me to that next point, just around notification. So, I know there was a point made about engagement, right? Really hard to get people out at this level, a land use bylaw change, and, we have a few folks filling out an online survey. We've got some great residents here who are committed enough to show up tonight to speak to it. But the vast majority of residents just aren't engaging on this. So, let's say this passes tonight, as it works its way through, right? And when it gets to that, I'll call it maybe down that subdivision angle, maybe to speak a bit about the notification requirements around that, if there are any. What does that look like? Is there an opportunity for residents who aren't aware of this discussion going on today that could affect them down the road? What are some other potential avenues for them down the road to be part of this discussion?
Thank you, through the chair and deputy mayor. The most, I think, impactful area for being able to shape what is in your neighborhood is at the area structure plan, neighborhood structure plan, and outline plan, either development or amendment. That is the one that's defining the type of land uses, the general type and intensity of density. So for example, as is outlined in the report and in the municipal development plan, low density is defined as single detached or duplexes. Medium density is multi-attached dwellings, can also include duplexes. So that's kind of the first level. Then when you're actually getting applications to subdivide those, then it goes to the subdivision process. The Municipal Government Act does not require subdivision circulations in areas that have an approved area structure plan. However, right now, the City of Beaumont's practice is to notify adjacent landowners and then let them know how their concerns or comments have been integrated into the decision.
Can I pause you there? Because I think that's an important point. So we're in this IN area or across Beaumont, right? I'm just trying to get a sense of, because we have changed our processes in these areas, that there is that notification. So could you just underscore that? Just explain, if I'm a resident living here, I'm across the road from an IN district that hasn't been developed. I'm assuming that, let's say I really did my diligence and I bought here because I thought this was going to be 4.9, and now I'm concerned it's going to be 4.2. Will I have an opportunity to weigh in that area structure plan, or is that already set? Like, how does that notification?
So the area structure plans have already been set and define where that medium density is. Now the IN district is applied to those areas so that when there are subdivision applications for those medium density lots, if they are on a rear lane access and they're an interior lot, then they are eligible for the 4.2 meter lot width. They don't have to access that lot width. They can go larger depending on the product that they're going with. And again, it's only the interior lots. So if there's a neighbor, if you can imagine again, the Azure example, right now those lots are registered. Let's say it was the subdivision application, it was the medium density. They came in for an application for the 4.2 meter lot width. Right now, the application would be circulated to adjacent landowners and they would have the opportunity to give comments. It's not a requirement under the MGA, it's City of Beaumont practice to give an opportunity for adjacent landowners. If they disagree with it and the subdivision authority approves it anyway, adjacent landowners do not have a right to appeal subdivision decisions. That's reserved for government agencies, the applicant, and school boards. And council. Those are the groups that can appeal a subdivision. So there's notification. This amendment is the opportunity to say I'm really concerned about the 4.2 meters. But again, it is not across the entire IN district. It is only multi-attached, rear lane access, interior lots. So there are confines on when those are going to be.
Yeah, okay, no, that's perfect, thanks. And maybe I'll go back to where I started is, I think this discussion is being wrapped into a larger density debate in the community, and to foreshadow a notice of motion that is tonight, where I think personally council, whether it's this one or the next one, should be having that bigger picture and not making individual decisions on these lots where it is pretty minimal, in my view, under the guise of density or the perceived challenges of density. So I encourage my council to vote in favor of this motion, and let's whoever's there have a really robust conversation about the broader land use bylaw itself at that time. And not get into these kind of drill down one-offs. So, yeah, I'll leave it there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Monkoff-Swain. Councillor Natellenbos, you have the floor.
Perfect. Thank you. Again, lots of great comments. I think the minimal change can be sold on both sides. We're saying it's not much of a change, so why should residents be concerned? Well, that's just it. It's not much of a change. why should everyone else be so concerned? We're not going to get that much more affordable housing, and even the numbers that we saw were minimal. It is minimal in that sense. So why change something that doesn't necessarily need to be changed? The second side of it is we have residents here speaking out against it, and we have developers speaking for it. Now, I was elected to represent the residents, which I am here to do. So I guess just a question for administration, did we receive, or for the applicants as well, did we receive any, I guess, letters from any individual residents beyond, again, a representative of a developer or a developer themselves in support of this change? Because to my knowledge, I have not seen anything. I've only seen opposition.
Just looking to administration who'd like to speak to that.
I can speak to that.
Go ahead, Ms. Sharp. Go ahead.
So the summary of engagement is included in attachment 3. There was an opportunity provided for a survey. There was no comments for or against through that survey. When administration did the public hearing, advertising as per the MGA and our internal bylaws, that was the registration to speak and the submissions that were received.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So just to confirm, there was no support from a resident beyond potentially a resident that is tied to either a builder, developer, or a representative of a builder or developer, to your knowledge?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you. The other thing too, I just want to argue against the comment that, taxes will go up if we don't increase the density. I would argue against that as well. It goes both ways. As we increase density, yes, you might have a couple more taxpayers, but you're also increasing the need for services, whether it's maintaining the roads that are traveled on more, whether it's accessing our recreation facilities, ultimately more strain on our infrastructure as a city. So it kind of goes both ways in terms of tax and our tax levy. And then the next question, which was presented by members of our community, is basically, when does it end? We started at that 16 or 14 meters. We're saying, oh, it's minimal. It's just going from 4.7 to 4.2. Well, what's next? 3.8. So we just have to keep that in mind as well, is a lot of residents who live here now have an expectation of what Beaumont is. And when we talk about all of the other things we want to provide for other folks, it's not necessarily current residents in Beaumont. It's for folks outside of Beaumont. And as much as I support growing, I also support keeping the aesthetic and the cultural feel of Beaumont. And for that reason, I will be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Natalabas. Councillor Barnhart, you have the floor.
If anybody doesn't think this is tough, I want to have a conversation with them. This is really, really tough. I very strongly support the direction that we've been going in as a community, building our community for the diversity that's out there, increasing the options for housing, strong proponent of the affordable housing strategy, but also see the logic in the concerns that are being raised. I do believe that the way we need to go is to make sure we have the right land use bylaw overall, and I really think we do, and this is part of it. It does seem like an incremental change, and it doesn't to me appear like we're going to be upsetting the whole apple cart by going in this direction. I am going to vote in favor of this bylaw amendment, but I do want to see us come to a conclusion in terms of, are we building for growth in the future, or are we closing the doors to people on the outside and saying, we're here now, so the rest of you, you're out of luck. I want to build for the future, and I do think that means change, and so I'm going to be voting in favor of it.
Thank you, Councillor Barnhart. Councillor Van Newkirk, would you like another opportunity to speak, or are you prepared to vote at this time?
No, anything that I would have said or added has been said or covered, so I would be prepared to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll just add, Councillor Natellenbos, your point is well taken, that your main goal, and I think that's been very consistent these last 1.5, well, coming on 2 years, that you're concerned to represent the current residents of Beaumont. And I respect that. I respect that consistency. It is true that we are elected by the current voters in Beaumont, which means they're citizens and they live in the bounds of Beaumont. We stretch our responsibility to not just represent the voters, even though they're the people that put us in these seats. We stretch our responsibility to include all residents of Beaumont. And in fact, when we look at the legislation and our plans that govern us, we also have to stretch ourselves beyond current residents to future residents. And so I take Councillor Barnhart's point when she says we need to plan and build for the future. This is an incredibly tough decision for me. My thinking and the way that I would vote changes depending on if I'm thinking about just the people that are currently here versus folks that will be buying homes and making their lives here in the decades to come, which our municipal development plan is meant to serve. And so I guess when it comes right down to it, for me, when it's a tough vote and I can hear and take seriously and honor and respect the arguments made on all sides, then I have to defer to the kind of methodical planning that's gone into this over many councils, developing a municipal development plan, developing those higher order plans. And so I come back to the advice that we have from administration this evening, that the bylaw in front of us, amending bylaw in front of us, does meet the goals outlined in our municipal development plan. Higher diversity, increased affordability, sustainable growth, social resilience, and I think the one that speaks most clearly to what I've just said is multi-generational neighborhoods. So I'll close my comments there. Councillor Monkoff-Swain, you moved the motion, so I will give you the last opportunity to speak to it.
Yeah, I'll give it one more crack here to see if I can get your vote. When I speak about providing housing options, I'm not here speaking necessarily about folks who don't live in Beaumont yet. It's not just for that. I meet several people, hundreds of people who talk about they grew up here, they want their kids to stay in Beaumont. They want their children to be able to buy one of these homes so that they can stay here and not have to go to Edmonton. And so when my vote here is yes, would it be helpful if 10 people showed up here tonight and spoke passionately as the individuals who spoke tonight? Absolutely. We know that that's just not reality. So there are many people in Beaumont who want these housing products available for their future generations so they don't have to leave. So I'll leave it there as my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand that people are ready to vote, and so I'll ask you to activate the voting. Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Councillor Van Nieuwkerk is voting opposed. The motion carries 3-2. Councillors Van Nieuwkerk and Councillor Natellenbos opposed. Thank you. Now, I think I have it in. Councillor is prepared to move at this time, besides the third reading.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I do have a motion that a councillor would like to put forward. I'll just put it up on the screen here.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to move that third reading of bylaw 1070-25, land use bylaw, amending bylaw, be deferred to the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Absolutely.
Pardon me, to your motion?
Absolutely. I think obviously we're dealing with a very concentrated subject with a lot of information. I think it would have great benefit for us not to directly proceed to the third reading and for us to take some time to absorb all the information that was provided by all parties and make a decision for the final reading on May 13th.
Thank you, Councillor. Well spoken. Are there any councillors wishing to speak to the motion? Are you prepared to vote? Councillor Moncuff-Swain.
Yeah, sorry, I get the premise of it. Sorry, I think I'm there. Like, this has come up, not actually in this term, previous term, where we had a councillor who would always defer, and my question will always be, what new information are you going to get? What new arguments are going to come? So generally, I would vote against that. But given that it's a week, I also think it gives a chance for hopefully additional councillors who aren't able to be here tonight to participate. And I know that there is a public hearing process, so they're going to need to step out. I get all that, that they weren't part of the public hearing. So I think the intention here is, what I don't want to do is rehash old arguments and all that sort of stuff. I think that's not your intent. Your intent is just to give everyone a chance to take a pause for a week and come back and think about it and then move forward. So obviously the proponent would prefer certainty, but I think a week in this case makes sense. I mean, obviously administration, these agendas are getting pretty packed. We're not even halfway through our meeting tonight and everyone wants to watch a hockey game. So we'll see what happens next week. But generally, I think that's your intent is more just to take a temperature, just take a chill. Is that right? As opposed to rehashing new arguments around it?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've seen how much information we've covered and the debate that's been had, and for everyone to absorb that and come up with a decision in the 10 minutes by the end of it, I think a little more time would be appropriate for everyone to evaluate that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Moncuff-Swain. Councillor Barnhart.
Just again, to clarify with the administration, because I think it would be very difficult for councillors that weren't part of this discussion to then come in and be asked to vote on third reading. So, Ms. Winter, could you just clarify that that is not what will happen?
Thank you. Yes, I would actually like to provide clarity on this and some procedural fairness as well with regards to council considering this motion. Any councillor that was not here this evening who did not attend the public hearing would not be able to vote on third reading on this. So if that counts, and any absent councillors would not have that opportunity to do so and would have to abstain from voting. With regards to deferring this, I appreciate council potentially wanting more time to review the materials and whatnot, but I do want to caution that it is very important not to collect public feedback and to get information because we have already had a public hearing process. The Municipal Government Act does not allow us to reopen the public hearing process, so we would want to be very careful in what council is wishing to do with this motion.
And for that reason, I would be voting against deferring it. I really think the same people will be voting and will have the same information, so I would like to proceed with the vote, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Barnhart. Councillor Van Newkirk, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, just a question for administration. If this motion were to pass, can you walk us through the process if open forum participants wanted to come and speak? Is that still available or not? Can you speak to that, please?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Van Newkirk. No, we would not be gaining any further public feedback with regards to this because we've already had the public hearing portion of this. In procedural fairness, we would not allow that.
Yeah, so if anyone wished to speak on this, the time has passed, and any open forum registration at that meeting would be very much welcomed, but it would forego the topic that we just heard from. Then just triple checking, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, for myself, I would be willing to support that motion here tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. Just an additional question for myself, for the clerk. I'm just trying to consider, I very much with Councillor Natellenbos, I thought he spoke eloquently too. I appreciate the motivation of this motion. I'm always one for, especially when it's a hard decision, sleeping on it. However, this is new information for me, and so I'm just trying to get a sense of what the risk is for council or individual councilors or council as a whole if we're out in the community as we like to be, engaging with folks. I don't have a lot of ability to tell people what not to say to me. And so just your professional advice around how those comments that we're going to hear might be interpreted to bias or undermine procedural fairness. Don't know, are you able to speak to that? Looking for the liability that we might step into.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. It is a difficult question to answer. Yes, procedural fairness could be called into order. You can't control what the public will come to you, and I would strongly caution council to be very careful with considering this motion and potential of having public come and speak to you with regards to that, because you would not want to gain that public feedback that could make your decision. You could be looking at a bias. And any of the information that those individuals provide to you were not provided to at the public hearing, and that's a procedural unfairness right there. It is a liability.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, are you prepared to vote on the motion in front of us? Councillor Bancroft-Swain.
Yeah, just to speak to that, like, yes, it is a liability, but I think we know our role here. We know that if someone comes up to us and says, hey, I want to give you feedback on that, our message is the public hearing is closed. I'm not going to consider any information on it. Like I said, historically, no new information, that sort of thing. But I think given the broader discussion, I'm inclined to support this, and wouldn't mind an extra week to go through that. I doubt it's going to change many of my own thoughts, but to Councillor Talon-Boss's point, an extra week to go through something like this, I think is fine. So I appreciate the awareness, the flag from the clerk around it, but there is second, third readings pop up multiple times down the road in other cases, and we've dealt with it before, and I'm confident council can do it again.
Thank you, Councillor Bancroft-Swain. Well said. Councillor Natellenbus, you've moved the motion. I'll give you the last opportunity to speak to it. First, I'll go to Councillor Barnhart for a question, and then we'll have Councillor Natellenbus close.
For clarification to the city clerk, is there a problem talking to other councillors who are not present?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there is a problem talking to other councillors. Again, they weren't here for the public hearing and they don't have the same information. I just want to preface this as just my procedural advice. I'm not trying to sway council in any other way. You're asking me the questions, and I'm just providing you with the information that you have to make an informed decision this evening.
I just really want to advise my council colleagues here that putting ourselves in a very difficult position and potentially libelous. So I will not be supporting the deferral of this. I think we've heard from the public, we've heard from the administration, we've heard from the proponents. Sober second thought, but from what I've heard, we've all had real good thought about this already. So I don't think we're going to change our opinions that much, and I really would think we're putting ourselves at risk, not just ourselves, but also the city of Beaumont.
Thank you, Councillor Barnhart. You had a question, you snuck in a comment. Appreciate that. Well done. Councillor Natellenbus.
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Nothing more to say to that.
All right, could we open the voting, please? Councillor Van Newkirk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just waiting for one additional. Oh, no, that's all of them. So the motion passes 4-1. Councillor Barnhart voting in opposition. Thank you. So the third reading of bylaw 1070-25 is deferred to the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting. Thank you to our guest presenters from the. Thank you to our guest presenters from the community and from our builder partners. Thank you for your time and your patience We had a robust conversation here this evening. We're always sad to see. You just wait, the next thing's really interesting too. With that, I'll call on Ms. Laura Winton, our director of our Beaumont Public Library, for item 7.1. Do we have someone from administration introducing Ms. Winton, or straight to?
Just straight to the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Like I said earlier, I tried to sneak you into the front of the line. Sorry we missed that opportunity. Please go ahead. Oh, pardon me. Oh, pardon me.
So hello, Council and Deputy Mayor. Thank you again for the opportunity to present. My name is Aruna Brennan, and I'm the Library Board Chair. I'm joined today by Laura Winton, Library Director. We're excited to provide you with some highlights of the work the library has done so far in 2025, and even more excited to provide you with the updates on our fast-approaching library design project. I wanted to start by highlighting our vision and our mission. Our vision is to be the place for everyone to gather, explore, learn, and express themselves. We achieve that vision by connecting people to ideas, experiences, and one another. And we are guided by our values of connection, courage, fun, inclusivity, and respect. Today, we're going to highlight some of the exciting things we've done so far in 2025, including the launch of Beaumont's first seed library, and running our 4th annual citywide scavenger hunt. Then we'll dive into the library redesign project, generously funded by City Council and fast approaching, with work beginning in less than a month. So before we start into the special projects and events, a quick note on year-to-date usage. Library usage continues to increase, with visits up 9% from the same period last year and material borrowing up by 8%. We are so proud to say that 53% of households in Beaumont have an active library card.
So one of the library's strategic goals is to increase partnerships with local organizations to ensure a connected network of community service providers who are using resources efficiently and leaning on each other's unique strengths and skills. We are very excited to share that on April 12th, the library soft launched in partnership with the Beaumont and District Ag Society, Beaumont's first seed library. The library allows community members to check out seed packets free of charge with their library card and grow their own food and flowers. Not only can community members borrow seeds, they can also donate seeds back to the library, and in fact, that's what we encourage at the end of the season. Seed libraries are increasingly popular in public libraries, and they're a great way to encourage community members to maintain small kitchen or backyard gardens and to promote the preservation of locally adapted seed varieties. The seed packets are housed and available for borrowing at the library, and the Ag Society will be offering programming about growing a garden from seed, seed harvesting, and food security. So we're really excited to be joining forces with Badass on this project. It's a great example of how partnerships allow each group to use our skills and resources to offer community services that neither of us could really support on our own. The new service has been very popular so far. In our first 2 weeks in operation, 250 seed packets have been checked out, and we will be officially launching it at the Beaumont and District Ag Society's spring kickoff on May 17th from 11 to 3 p.m., so hopefully we'll see some of you guys there. The next thing I want to talk a little bit about is our annual citywide scavenger hunt. We do this every year, and so throughout April of this year, we ran our 4th annual citywide scavenger hunt. While this isn't a new program for the library, it is one of our favorite programs because it brings together literacy and community engagement in an epic month-long adventure. So each year, we choose a YA title to anchor the yearly scavenger hunt, and this is a picture of one of our staff members, Troy, holding up Leviathan, which was this year's book. We invite Beaumont youth and families to read the book and follow the weekly riddles, and each week's riddle leads the reader to a new location in the city where they have to collect a talisman that they use to enter a final draw. So we love this program because it encourages reading and community engagement. You can't solve the riddles without knowing both the book and the city quite well. We also love seeing teams of young people come together to complete the hunt. That's typically how this goes. Books are such a great way to bring people together, and this annual event encourages just that.
So our major project for 2025 is our library redesign project. We've been working towards this redesign for over 2 years now, and we're very excited to report that this project will be complete by July. As you recall, it took us a while to get full funding in place. We were so grateful to have City Council make the first commitment to this project by committing capital funds in 2023. We then applied for a provincial grant and confirmed that funding in the spring of 2024. With the full funding in place, we worked with a design firm during the summer and fall of 2024. We completed procurement in late 2024 and early 2025. The required renovation and furniture install will be completed in June, and the library will reopen in an all-new layout and with new furniture in July of this year.
So this project is the result of community feedback. The library has done a number of community engagement projects over the last few years, and we're always collecting comments and suggestions from patrons. We regularly hear complaints about the size of the space. Patrons are letting us know that it's not large enough, especially the children's area and study spaces. We also routinely hear that noise issues that are exacerbated by the current layout, which is quite open and has lots of open, large spaces, makes it difficult to use the space well, and there just aren't many places for people to gather in small groups. So this project is an attempt to address some of those issues and really make the best possible use of the space as we can. We want to cram as much as we can in for the community. So this is a bird's eye view of the redesigned library space, and I'll walk you through the changes and how they address some of those patron concerns, and they're going to help us cope a bit better with our small space. So the first thing we've done is that we've taken out all the built-in furniture. There was a large built-in circ desk, some benches, pony walls, things like that, that really limited how we could use the space. So we've taken all of that out. We're replacing it all with mobile furniture that lets us reconfigure so we can really use the space better. You'll notice that while the current library has a large open space in the center of the building with all of our tall stacks for books running horizontally along the back near those study rooms, this new design pulls all those tall stacks down the middle of the library, and it divides the space right away in kind of two separate zones. So on the one side, I think it's the north side, we have a zone dedicated to our computers. There's a work table there, and then we're also using some shelving to divide off a smaller little gathering space there. That's kind of intended to be the quieter side of the library. And then on the other side, we've used different furniture configurations to create gathering options and places to provide people space to meet, chat, and hang out. Our children's space hasn't moved. It remains in the same location, and it can't get any bigger, unfortunately. But we worked hard to create a layout that is more engaging and to introduce interactive furniture and play options for kids, and that includes a small playhouse that was made possible by a donation from Mayor Bill's charity golf tournament. We couldn't add more study spaces. In fact, we actually had to decrease slightly the amount of study space that is available to fit everything else we needed in the new layout. But we do have much improved study furniture coming with plugins and updated functionality. And there's a big improvement to our public computer workspaces. They're more comfortable and much more private in the new layout. Finally, we're attempting to address some of the noise issues that we have by installing acoustic paneling inside the shelving. We know this isn't going to be a perfect solution, but it was the best and most affordable recommendation we got from the sound people that we talked to. One of the things I'm really excited about is that 92% of the budget from this project has been invested in furniture and collection items that will move with us to any new space we might end up in. So we know we won't be in our current building forever, hopefully not for too much longer, and we didn't want to invest any of those funds that we got into, or at least no more than we had to, into making changes to the building itself. We wanted everything to be able to travel with us. So I think we've done that quite effectively.
So there's quite a bit of work involved in this project, and there's no way to get it done without a closure. The library will be closed to complete this work from June 1st to June 29th inclusive. We will do our soft reopening on June 30th, and we'll host a grand reopening celebration on July 5th. Invites to council will be coming later this week, so keep your eyes open. During closure, we will continue to offer services to the community. Patrons won't be able to enter the physical library, but staff will be available to offer phone, email, and chat assistance. And patrons will be able to place holds and pick up material for borrowing at the library. And of course, all of our digital resources will be available. We've been working hard to get word out to the community about the closure and our redesign. We have social media campaigns, a special page on our website, poster boards with more information at the library, and we've had a lot of interest and lots of questions from patrons since our article in La Nouvelle went out last week.
So before we walk away, I'm almost done, I promise, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't take the chance to address the continued need for a larger library. Our current library is 8,000 square feet. It was built to serve a population of 7,000, and based on government standards, our library should be about 24,000 square feet to serve our population of 24,000 plus and growing. The redesign project is going to help us. We've worked very hard to maximize every inch of our small space with this work, but it just isn't enough to make up for our major space shortfall. We're still unable to offer enough study and work spaces. Our children's area is too small and it's regularly very crowded. We've made improvements to the gathering and sitting spaces available with our redesign, but we still just don't have enough of them. And we're no longer able to offer community room bookings because our space is it's fully booked with library offerings right now. We also can't offer really popular key new services in libraries like expanded technology services and makerspace equipment and programming because we just don't have the space to do it right now. We fully understand that Beaumont and Council are facing lots of facility challenges with our growing population, and the library is not the only building that needs to get bigger. So we understand that is a real problem for everyone here with a growing population, but we do look forward to continuing work with City Council and with City Administration to find the best solution to our space problems.
So with that, thank you for welcoming us today, and Laura and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan and Ms. Winton. Really appreciate the thorough presentation. Glad you spoke to, I'm not even sure closure is the best word for it. It sounds library will continue, maybe with the exception of the programs. Library will continue, maybe with the exception of the programs from within the library. So thank you for your attention to that. I know at least one avid reader of the Naruto series who will be actively picking up his books at your drop-off location. Council, any questions? I see Councillor Natellenbos. You have the floor.
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a really, I guess, first comment. Thank you so much for putting that together. It really gives a good visualization of what we're going to see. Any idea what you anticipate for maybe increased members or visitors as a result of some of these changes?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. Thank you for the question. I mean, we can't know for sure until it's in place. One of the things that we do know and I've seen for the 5 years that I've been at the library is because of the lack of gathering spaces and sort of the layout of the current library, we really do have a use pattern where, with the exception of studiers and people in the children's area, people come in, they grab their stuff, and they leave because there just aren't many spaces that are conducive to people getting together and spending time together and hanging out in the space. We have really worked hard on this. We really focused on gathering spaces and creating those. So we are very hopeful, and that was the focus of what we wanted to see, getting more people into the library and staying in the library. So I can't say for certain, but that is absolutely our hope, and we'll be watching those numbers very closely and reporting back to Council.
Perfect. Other comment really quick, I guess, just in regards to the seeds. I think that's really interesting, not something that I remember in my time at the library when I was younger, so that's amazing. Just one question, I guess, do you guys have any concerns about any invasive seeds, or how is that monitored?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we are, again, this is where some of the help from the Ag Society comes in. They've helped us really understand what seeds would be permissible, what we should have in the space. We also are using volunteers to do a lot of that work. So when seeds come into our library, they are sorted and checked against standards by volunteers. So it's also a great opportunity. I think we've got some really cool avid volunteers with particular interest in this area, and it's created a great opportunity for that too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos. Councillor Van Newkirk, I'm going to give you next, and then I'll go to Councillor Barnhart and Councillor Monkoff-Swain.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a comment more than a question. I really like that yourselves and the board have thought about the mobileness of everything, just the ability to be on wheels and travel it and transport it and wheel it out of the way if you want to have a special event and all that. So just a really big round of applause for that. So that'll be my comments for tonight, Deputy Mayor, on this subject.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. Councillor Barnhart, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for bringing in the update. First thing I want to say, it was such a pleasure to move from the heavy topic of land use to hearing about something that's cheerful and good, and even though I know space is an issue, but still, it was a nice change, so thank you for that. The seed library, again, just today started doing some spice seed stuff, and I'm new at it. I'm not from a farming background or anything like that, so I've got a lot to learn, so I'm glad to know where I can go to get some help. And last but not least, I just want to say kudos for not just, and not that you ever would, complaining, whining, you don't have space. You're actually doing something about it. So I want to say thank you for that, and we know, as much as you know, we know that we want to fix this, but you know, Lord knows we're trying. It's just very difficult to do. But thanks for reminding us.
Thank you, Councillor Barnhart. Councillor Monkhouse-Swain, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think just a closing comment of thanks. I think council will recognize the amount of work that Aruna and the board does frequently to go through and keep the board running. So just it's greatly appreciated. You know, the amount of policies that keep coming through the door, but just the professionalism and the step that the library has taken is just fantastic. So just a thank you. Looking forward to July 5th and getting back up and running. And yeah, I think the more you keep pointing out that stat about 8,000 square feet, and that's not you guys just making it up, right? That is a provincial guideline that says, hey, you know, a population of us should be at 24,000, so triple that. So keep pushing that. We'll keep going on our end. Yeah, thanks for continuing to bring the awareness and all the work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Monkhouse-Swain. Appreciate your service representing us on the local library board as well. I do just want to shine a light briefly on the timeline that you mentioned with respect to what's brought us to the space where we're ready to do the renovations at this stage. Council approved the funding for that budget 2024 in the fall of 2023, right? And then the province came through with their part of the funds in 2024 later on. And now here we are halfway through 2025, coming on halfway through 25, and we're doing the work. We want to build a new library. We're at a third of the capacity that we need. Both in square footage, but also it built for 7,000 people. We have 24,000 people, and we're averaging more than 1,000 a year in addition. So every day we delay this decision, we get a little further behind. Can you speak to the risk of getting further behind? How does it impact the programs you want to offer? You spoke to that a little bit, but just thinking too, like if the decision is made today based on this timeline, we know it's going to be several years before, and just maybe you could speak to what you and the library board are doing to kind of get your ducks in a row to make sure that you're prepared to do everything you can and to bring the province to the table as a partner in this work. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of missed opportunities, we know that we're getting requests regularly from community members for booking spaces, for more quiet study spaces, and we're having to say, this is what we have. We're doing everything we can. We're opening our programming room when we can to add additional public space. It just isn't enough, and I think one of the risks that I see is that, you know, we continue to have a space that's too small, that's not meeting the needs, and people just kind of will eventually stop coming because it's not a pleasant space. We know it's not big enough and it's not serving that need. We see that in the children's area. We see families walk in and you can tell there's already a couple families in there. That's all the capacity we have. And so, you know, they got to go find somewhere else, and there aren't that many other options in the community. So, so I think that's there. Speaking to, you know, how the library is getting ready, we know what funding opportunities are out there from the province. All of those grant opportunities require a matching funding commitment from City Council. We are very ready to go with everything we need once there is a funding commitment to start applying for those grants. I will also say that the library community in general, through the Canadian Federation of Library Associations, is working hard to lobby the federal government to look at, are there opportunities given the interest at the federal government level on infrastructure within municipalities to provide grant funding opportunities that are available to libraries for buildings like this. So as a broader community, the library community is also really looking hard at what other government levels could potentially help out, because we know municipalities are squeezed as populations grow. So I don't know if that answered everything, but yeah.
Yeah, I think we could probably kick off another round of questions. I know this is an area we're all interested in. I do know that we're going to have a chance, I believe it's next week, to talk a little bit more about some of our high-level planning for how to methodically build some of the new spaces. You spoke to it. The library isn't the only building that we have that needs to invigonate, and so
I should also mention
continuing the conversation.
I should also mention that the library has made some changes, and we're currently on our financial side, and we're currently looking into the possibility of getting charitable status, knowing that that opens more doors to donation sponsorships and potentially some additional grants. So we're also trying to ramp that up. CRA will make that decision, but but we're working on it.
Thank you. Appreciate the creativity. I'm just double checking. I'm not sure if we need to. Yeah, I think we need a motion to accept your report for information. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Sorry, I got thinking libraries and I got distracted.
No, there's no motion required to accept as information.
Well, then just accept our thanks. Keep up the great work.
Thanks so much, Council.
All right, friends, time check. We're at 8:12. Do we need a bit of a bio break or we soldier on? I'm looking in the room, we're ready to soldier on. Okay, so we have dealt with item 8.2 and 8.1 and 8.2 on our agenda, and so this brings us to item 8.3, motion following notice. Councillor Natellenbos, this is your motion. And so I'll just, and I'm several of you, but this advice is as much for me as anyone. This advice is as much for me as anyone. We've had a public hearing. We wanted to make sure we had a fulsome discussion there. I'll just invite folks, we've had these motions in front of us, so we definitely want to have some conversation and debate, but we'll try to keep it to one round for each of the motions in front of us. We can't keep pushing stuff off the end of one agenda onto other agendas, or we're just going to continue to be behind the eight ball. So I'll try to be a little bit militant about that as chair tonight. With that, I will pass it to Councillor Natellenbos. You can move your motion and then speak to it, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, sorry, move my motion to the next meeting, or?
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. So I would like to put forward the motion that by the end of Q2, administration provide a report that outlines the service portal request system, including the notification process that specifically closes each request.
Go ahead if you want to speak to the rationale for the motion.
Perfect, thank you. I think a relatively simple request. What sparks this for me, or at least putting this motion forward, is I've had quite a few residents come to me with some concerns that they're not necessarily getting the action or the response that they want or require through the portal. And it's very difficult for me to get that answer as to what exactly was said. Was it closed out? How was the response dealt with? So basically just looking for a report from administration that provides a little more detail on the process that specifically closes out each request, so that we can have a comfort level when we speak with residents, letting them know exactly what is done and how it's done, and what happens if a solution isn't determined, or they can't come up with a solution.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos. Any questions or comments before we prepare to vote? Councillor Van Nieuwkerk. Do you have any questions or comments on this motion?
No, I'm happy to support the motion. I've heard similar concerns around perceived inconsistencies, so I would like to get some facts out there from administration on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other councillors queuing up to speak to it. I'll just add my support for the motion. One of the things we're constantly telling residents is one of the best ways that you can, not just in the direction of continuous improvement, is to submit your service requests through the portal. And then we often say that's what pushes data back to council so that we can make better decisions. That doesn't maybe happen as often, so I see this motion as one opportunity where we'll get some real data and feedback back on how this process is working. My sense is that in the community, we are living through the tension of understanding what it means to make a service request as opposed to a service demand. And so I'll be interested to hear some of administration's reflections on the pinch points and the way that they're being addressed within the system. Seeing, I've got Councillor Barnhart, and then we will open the voting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be quick. I just was wondering if the administration understands by this report that they also could give council some information on the types of requests that are being received, or does that need to be specified? Because to your point, there's a lot of data there, and it would be helpful, I think, to us to know what are the types of requests that we're getting. So is administration comfortable, or do you need us to amend that?
Mr. Berezowski, do you wish to speak to that? And I think you've got, is that mic 6? Go ahead, Mr. Berezowski.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Barnhart. If that is council's wish, I would ask that it be added to the motion or that there be amendment to the motion. However, if that is also the request, I would ask that we get additional time because this motion, notice of motion, has already been delayed about a month, and it doesn't leave us with a significant amount of time to prepare the full report.
All right. Ms. Dargy, I'll maybe look towards you for some advice. I think we hear some clear requests for an amendment. Are we in friendly amendment territory, or do we need to look at amending this
You okay,
motion?
Councillor Talabas? A friendly amendment? Yeah.
And you'd be okay with
Sounds friendly.
the report coming back later if it includes more information, Councillor Natellenbos? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I just, Mr. Berezowski, how much more time were you looking for? Only reason I ask, I've just had a lot of inquiries and I'd like to be able to provide a better response.
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Tellenboss. I think given that it was delayed a month, an additional month would be sufficient.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then, so if we looked at by the end of July? Okay. Yeah, so it would actually be the first regular meeting in August, I think, is when we would want the report to come back. Is that correct? So,
Is that the change we're looking for?
One of them, and yours was?
If I understood Mr. Berezowski, he would bring back additional information, but he also would like it to be outlined in this motion. So that's the other friendly part of this, outlines the types of requests as well as the notification process that closes the request. Is that okay? Councillor Talabas, you're
Requests?
I'm just looking around the room. It sounds like we have a friendly amendment from the council's perspective. I'm seeing agreement from administration. Councillor Natellenbos, we'll just give Ms. Dargy.
So I've highlighted in red the changes. Does that reflect what is requested?
Yeah, and if it makes life easier, I can just reread it, pardon me.
Yeah, we'll ask you to do that for the benefit of Councillor Van Newkirk, please.
Perfect. So I'd like to move that by the end of July 2025, administration provide a report that outlines the service portal request system and the types of requests, including the notification process that specifically closes each request.
Thank you. Are you prepared to vote? Please open the voting. Councillor Van Newkirk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. That brings us to item 8.5 on our agenda, motion following notice. Councillor Natellenbas, you have the floor.
Perfect. I guess just a little detail before I run through this because I'm actually going to withdraw it. But I had the opportunity to consult a little further with legal and due to some of the contractual agreement that exists right now, I am going to hold this off, but it will be coming forward at a later point or a date.
Thank you. And Ms. Dargy, do we need any direction from council to withdraw? Or?
No, so the motion hasn't actually been made, so there's nothing further to do. We can just withdraw.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Natellenbas, for doing your diligence on that. Look forward to that motion coming forward at a later date. That brings us to item 8.6, motion following notice. Councillor Monk of Swain, you have the floor.
8.5?
Pardon me?
We're at 8.5, Councillor Natellenbas's land use bylaw amendment motion.
Oh, sorry, it was 8.4 was the ATE.
Yep.
Pardon me? Councillor Natellenbas.
Perfect. Thank you. I move that by the end of November 2025, administration prepare a proposed amending bylaw to bylaw 944-19, land use bylaw that will expand the 100-meter buffer from existing schools and municipal reserve parcels to cannabis retail to include all early childhood service programs, daycare and after school care, and home education program.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
A little bit, I guess. Yes, I will. Just pretty straightforward. Obviously, with the federal government making some changes and having the provincial as well as municipal government required to act quickly, I just feel like there was a missed opportunity here to capture the daycares and after school cares, which align with some of the other education systems that had been identified there. You know, whether you consume cannabis or you don't, that's not the question here. It's just keeping the daycares and the after-school cares a little ways away from facilities like this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you. And Councillor Natellenbas, this was something that I remember quite clearly we discussed back at the time. And I sounds like you know something has happened or changed recently that I'm not aware of. So I'm just wondering, administration, whether this motion isn't presupposing the conversation and the information being shared with council before it talks about preparing the proposed amendment. I wonder if it's a report that comes before that. But again, I just may not have the most current information on that. That's what I'm wondering. So it's based on the council inquiry that you have. So administration is comfortable that this information's been shared with all of council? Dargy?
I guess I can just speak to it.
that-
This stems from an initial council inquiry where that information was requested, and as a result of that, I've put forward this motion.
Okay, I'll have to go back and read it up, but again, it just seems to me like this is going right into a motion as opposed to a report suggesting the amendment. By voting for this, what I'm trying to say is by voting for this, I'm saying, yes, I agree, but before I've seen the information.
So just for clarity, by voting for this, you are agreeing to administration preparing an amending bylaw that reflects this. You will then have an opportunity to vote on the bylaw, the amendment, when it comes back. This is just for this is just directing administration to prepare that amending bylaw reflecting what is in here. It's not approving the bylaw.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I'll have to do my homework. I've got to go back and read that inquiry.
Thank you. Question for further clarification. This being potentially a land use bylaw amendment, will it kick off a public hearing process?
When the actual bylaw is brought back to council, there'll be first reading, public hearing, second and third reading. Yes.
Thank you. To quote Councillor Monk of Swain, I don't see the harm in having more information. I have some questions, but I think I'll reserve those until we're actually looking at a bylaw that's a proposed amendment that's before us. Thank you. Councillor Monk of Swain.
Yeah, sorry, I think just the ordering is a little bit awkward here with the motions. Obviously, my one coming next, which speaks to a broader land use bylaw review, and I was wondering if this is something that could be tucked into that now. That broader review is 18, that's a long time, right? And this is a pretty straightforward one, so just curious if administration, how much work is this to pull back here? Like I don't mind the concept, I don't mind more information you get in front of us, but yeah.
I can speak to that a little bit, Councillor Monkhouse-Swain. I did run it by the clerk, that idea that we're dealing with this, which is kind of a microscope look at the land use bylaw, and next we're going to come to you, which is kind of a telescope look at the land use bylaw. And I wondered if maybe we could flip them in the agenda. And the advice from the clerk at that time was, no, this order would be appropriate. It's sort of following an order of work that Councillor Natellenbus has been on, and that the one doesn't necessarily derail or impact the other.
Yeah, I'm okay then. I think generally the next one, assuming that it passes, is a much bigger scope of work, and this is pretty straightforward, and I don't want it to get held up into that. So I'm good. I'll vote for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Natellenbus. Councillor Van Newkirk, do you wish to speak to this motion?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Natellenbus, do you wish to close?
No, I'm good.
All right, please open the voting.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk. Motion passes 5-0. And now that brings us to item 8.6, motion following notice. Councillor Monkhouse-Swain. Councillor Monkhouse-Swain, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. I will move that by 2026 budget deliberations, administration prepare a report on the timeline and associated costs to conduct a comprehensive review and update of bylaw 944-19, land use bylaw, to be initiated in 2026. So I'll speak to that. I promise it's not going to be long. When we approved the original land use bylaw, part of the reason why I voted for that was a commitment from administration that we're going to review this after a couple of years to take a look at where are the gaps, where are people potentially taking advantage of. That I know that was the intention, and then council went a different path, and we went very specific on about 6 or 7 motions that our former council made, and we just lost this process. And so I think it is time for us to pull out and take a real big look at this. It is going to be time consuming, it's going to cost money, and so that's why it's deferred to, not deferred, but that's why it's asked to bring back to budget, is what does it over a big comprehensive conversation like this around density, all that sort of stuff have. So that's why the motion is there, and hope that the next council, whoever that is, doesn't get bogged down in little, and I don't mean this to your previous motion, Councillor Tellenboss, but doesn't get bogged down in individual things and forgets the bigger picture. So that's why it's there, and hope that you can all support it.
Thank you, Councillor Monkhouse-Swain. Councillor Tellenboss.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question for Councillor Monkhouse-Swain. I guess, so I know you had mentioned, and I know it wasn't a dig at me, but just we didn't want to go through them individually, but what is the full intent? Like, I appreciate it's a very big bylaw. Is there an area of focus for yourself?
So short answer, no. No specific area of focus. It's a large document. By the time we review this, it'll be 2 councils ago, and I think council should, I think this will be part of the discussion for the upcoming election on people's views on density and all that sort of thing. And I think the public should know that that council is going to discuss that, to share their feedback. I know administration has got a lot of input as they've gone through. We certainly heard it. We've made tweaks along the way when we'd needed to. I think a lot of that has been reactive. And so I would like to take a full lens at it. Let's engage the public, what's working, what's not. talk to administration, where are developers taking advantage of it, where could we tighten it up, and where could we take a look to obviously promote a longer Beaumont. So nothing specific. I think we have focused on too specific and we've missed some things, and that's the purpose of it.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Barnhart, did you have any questions or comments? Councillor Van Newkirk, do you have any questions or comments on this motion?
Yeah, just a quick comment that it's long overdue for all the reasons Councillor Monkoff-Swain has suggested. I'm really curious as to the list of proposed changes, concerns, or feedback that administration has collected over the years based on this. I know they've brought back some pertinent things, but I'm really interested to see what other pieces have popped up along the way that council hasn't heard about for feedback and changes. So I look forward to supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are we ready to vote? I think we can open the voting. Councillor Van Newkirk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. And that brings us to item 8.7. And so I move that the approved 2025 Open Space Outdoor Furnishings Growth Program budget be amended by reallocating of new trees needing to be planted. So I'll take the opportunity to speak to it. I've been doing some work in the background with various departments of administration just to see how this might be feasible. I think the major thing, this is not me trying to micromanage and put out one small fire. I don't think that's great governance, trying to address things that way. However, it did come to my attention recently that we're significantly behind on our urban forest management strategy with respect to planting trees, particularly replacing trees that have died or been damaged, and so are kind of gaps in the community. So somehow or another, we all understand how it's fallen off our radar. It's because there's lots of budgetary pressures in the community, and administration can't put every line item in front of us, and so they make some decisions as to what gets prioritized and put before us. And so if nothing else, I hope that this conversation brings that urban forest management strategy and the value of trees in our community a little further into the fore as we push towards budget 2026. I think the practicality of this particular motion is essentially we'll buy a few less furniture this year that was already budgeted, and we'll buy a few more trees. We won't fully address the backlog, but we will at least partially address it. We have folks in the community that have been waiting for a tree to be replanted since 2018. A lot happens in that time, and there's reasons that things sort of fall off the edge of a desk. This is just trying to address that and make sure, again, that this high-level plan that needs some attention and needs to be funded. These plans, we spend money on them, we spend time on them. They do no one any good if they sit on a shelf. So I'll leave it with that, and I'll go to Councillor, seat 13 is Ms. Morrison. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Penrod. Just a point of clarification with this motion. Are you seeking a permanent reallocation of budget or temporary?
Thank you. That's a good point of clarification. The intention here is a one-time fix, and I wouldn't want to bind a future council, so I just hope that the conversation will come before the next council and that this will be an item that they're able to consider in full. Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Barnhart?
Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Penrod, addressing your motion. When I see a budget amendment generally coming, administration usually brings it forward. There's information in a report that says like what the impact of that is going to be. And I'm not discounting the research you've done, but I don't have that in my head. And to be able to approve this motion without that information doesn't feel right from a budget standpoint. So And again, to the point Ms. Morrison made, there's a question there in terms of the administration. What is the impact of this decision? I don't know the impact of this decision. So it's not that I'm opposed to it. It sounds perfectly logical to me, but I don't feel that I can vote on it. I would rather see a report come back with the information from the administration, and then I could feel more comfortable voting on it. Is that possible? I guess that's my request to process-wise.
Thank you. Councillor Natellenbos.
Perfect. Thank you. I guess, again, I'm not against this by any means. Just looking for that clarity. And I guess more so how many benches are we losing and how many trees are we getting kind of thing. I just don't know. Obviously, it's just reallocating the budget, but I don't know what we're losing and I don't know what we're gaining. So I don't know if administration can tell me how many benches and garbage cans we'll lose and then how many trees we'll get, but looking for a little clarity there.
Yeah, I think we might have lost the person on the bench that could answer it because I've been working with Ms. Winter on it. She's kind of gone to various departments. We've pulled together that information. So I can tell you broadly that a tree costs about, it depends a little bit on the species of the tree, but the information we're getting back is it costs about $3,000 to $4,000 per tree. So the advice we got from administration is that this could address about 25 trees of our backlog, maximum. Less if it's a more expensive variety, and that depends on where it's being planted. It's not my intention for council to get that far into the weeds. If we fund the tree planting, then we actually have a great high-level plan already, and we have the people that are experts in the area to make the decisions about which trees where. That I'm not meddling in that. And so broadly speaking, a garbage can built, so I'll just back up. The trees, that sounds like a very expensive tree, and I get that. The thing I think that's really important to understand is that part of what we've learned as a community is that if you just plant a tree and then hope it lives, that's not the best impact or use of taxpayer funds either. So the direction that we've gone is every new tree actually is contracted with an outside contractor that then cares for that tree for those critical first years to give it the best chance to survive and become the asset that it will become. Very broad numbers, every garbage can costs about $3,000, every bench costs about $5,000. So that gives you some figures that you can look at how many fewer benches, fewer garbage cans this year. It's roughly equivalent. It's roughly a 1-for-1 switch between a tree for a garbage can or a tree for a bench. The big difference in my mind, however, is that the trees are assets that will continue to gain value in our community. The benches and the garbage cans, though needed, and though I supported the motion to fund them, we need more of them. Beaumont needs more of everything yesterday. However, the second we deploy a garbage can or a bench, it will start to devalue and depreciate, whereas the trees will appreciate. Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, I know, has done some great research on the ways that various municipalities are starting to account for their canopy, and our urban forest management strategy speaks to that too. If anyone hasn't read it recently, I'd encourage you to do that. Hopefully that gives you some more clarity.
Perfect, thank you. Again, I'll state I'm a bit on the fence, just in the sense that budget's been approved and we'll potentially be losing some of this open space outdoor furnishing when it was something that we had discussed. So I'm not against, but I don't know where I stand, but thank you.
I hear you, and I appreciate that point. I think it's a very valid one. Again, this is not a motion that comes asking us to make decisions on the fly necessarily. It's a relatively small amount of money, and it's money that has been approved. It's just saying we have missed this piece. We're backdated to 2018 on some trees that are needed in the community. And so I think the spirit of this motion is really, if that information was before council at budget time, I'm confident that we would have done something to address it. So I'll leave it there. Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, do you wish to speak to this motion?
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate can you hear me okay? I've
Yep,
been getting some Okay, good. Yeah, no, I appreciate the work that you've done into this, and I hear what Councillor Tellenboss said, and what I know is that I once supported $250,000 to plant 250 trees, and so there's that math. But the math has changed, and for the right reasons, and the homework that you've done around the math changing shows a commitment to the first few years of a tree surviving, you getting some water bags on them and not just planting a tree and hoping for the best, right? So, when I was first elected, trees were seen as a liability because everyone that got knocked down was a $1,000 ding. But we've come a long way with our urban forest strategy and everything since then to understand that the urban forest tree canopy is quite an asset. So I hear and see both sides of this. Unfortunately, tonight I'm not going to support this, not because I don't want the trees. I just want to really stand fast to the commitment on the benches and garbage cans, because that has been a screaming need from those who really were in my ear ahead of budget when I was asking for feedback on that. So, I probably would have supported a budget amendment to do this, but choosing one over the other here with moving away from benches into trees, that's just where my struggle is, Councillor Penrod. That's all.
Fair enough. And I think we're just about ready to vote here. I will just say, by part of a small rebuttal, a garbage can and a bench can go into the ground any time of year, and it'll last and start to depreciate. There are specific times in the year where it's important to be planting trees if we're going to do it. And if we don't follow through on this motion, we'll miss that for another season. We'll be that much further behind in our plan. And so that's, again, a part of the reason why I bring it at this time. It's not going to fully address the backlog, but it is an attempt to address it. And I think whatever happens, I respect the points that have been made tonight and can live with the result. Whatever happens, I do hope that this is a little fresher in folks' minds as we come into budget 2026. And I hope that administration has heard the conversation here and that would impact what kind of information with respect to the tree planting is brought before and brought into budget 2026. Thank you. Can we open the vote on this motion? Ms. Darchie?
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification from Ms. Morrison's comments about a one-time allocation, would you be okay if we made that clarification in this motion, that it was a one-time allocation?
Yes, that would certainly be friendly.
Quick question.
Go ahead, Councillor Natellenboss.
Thank you. I don't have the budget in front of me right now. What was originally allocated for the open space outdoor front?
Thank you. That's important. So 100,000, and so part of my process is I initially proposed to reallocate 100,000, and what came back is that administration's plan for part of the money that we had approved for those open spaces improvement is actually being paired with the kickoff of the memorial program that we've talked about other times. And so that 50,000 is required to be kept in the program. And so this is actually, I'm glad you raised that, I should have myself. This is kind of a 50-50. We're going to go forward with the majority, or not the majority, but we're not going to abandon what we committed to do, is put some additional benches and garbage cans. We're going to do a few less, should this motion succeed, and plant a few trees as an alternate.
Perfect. And then just one last question, because I just want all the information. I don't feel I have it. Have we looked at opportunity for specific grants on the planting of trees as opposed to using funds that are already allocated?
Yeah, so that is definitely part of the larger conversation about how do we address this backlog, I think. But I think not so relevant here. Administration is constantly, in fact, looking at their reports. There's kind of a new streamlined process for identifying grants that are favorable for us to apply for. And so I trust that if there was one, that during my research on this motion, that would have been raised and matched. Is there any comment from administration to that effect? Seat 12. Go ahead, Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Natellenboss. Yes, we did apply for a tree planting grant. Just at my fingertips, I don't know the outcome of that grant, but we are applying for them. Thank you.
And is that current this year?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Barnhart.
Sorry, as I mentioned earlier, I have lots of questions because we would have the information in front of us during budget time, and I don't have it. Is this the source of funding for this? Is it currently in the operating budget? Is it coming out of tax levy, or is it capital, pay-as-you-go? What is the source of funding?
Ms. Morrison, are you able to speak to that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Barnhart. I don't think I can give a fulsome answer to this, to your question, without looking at the budget document. So this is part of the existing capital program. So it would just be that reallocation in amongst the capital. When it comes to the source of financing, I just do not have that at my fingertips.
But it is capital.
Yes.
That's not, it's clearly not operating.
This isn't an operating.
Again, just to speak to it, I'm just really feeling this is not how we should be doing budget. And it's not that I don't agree with it. I would just rather see it come back as a report with these questions answered and the administration have time with it. So matter of my voting against it is not opposed to the idea, but I don't approve of the process. So that's why I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Can we open the voting, please? Thank you. Councillor Van Newkirk, how do you vote?
Opposed.
So the motion is defeated, 2-3. Councillors Munkoff, Swain, and Penrod voting in favor. Is that correct? My computer went to sleep. Okay, thank you. Okay, and that brings us to item 8.8, Economic Development Update. Ms. Niesink. Take it away. And you are 10, I think, 11. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just wait for our presentation here.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. So this evening, we're bringing our first quarterly update from 2025 to Council. We're going to really be looking today at the commercial trends that we've found, as well as an update on the marketing work being done by the city. First big trends we're finding. Better? There we go. The main trends we're looking to highlight today is firstly, just how robust our business community is becoming. So in 2023, we had 625 businesses. To the end of the first quarter, that has increased by 26% to 789. This is an excellent trend. It's upward moving. It shows that what we're doing here in Beaumont is really encouraging more business. The second is the commercial vacancy rate. So we've talked to council a number of times about the vacancy rate. It has been a major priority for the department. At one point, we were one of the highest in the region. Now we're comparable, if not competitive, when it comes to our vacancy rate. The commercial rate being reduced from 15% just at the end of 2024 to 10.9% at the end of Q1. So that's a massive reduction within one quarter. We're very happy to say this is a trend we expect to see continue. And again, speaks to how well it is doing Beaumont business. The main thing with the Beaumont being service focused is just the difference that that has for the community. So our community has a lot of gaps identified last year in the gap analysis. Right now, many of the serviced gaps are being met. We're seeing more and more service-based businesses popping up and a little bit less on the retail trend. This is consistent with what we're seeing pretty well through the country and the province right now, but it is just worth noting that more than half of our businesses are actually service-focused. An update on the primary care support grant. So this was approved by council just in March here. The grant notification letters are being sent out to both private and public medical agencies. Social media and websites were underway at the time of writing. I believe they are now launched. And as we have uptake from the program, we will bring reports back to council. Next, we want to take a look at the marketing coming up through the remainder of the year. So our short-term goal is really just reduce that retail leakage. Like, let's make people think of Beaumont when they think of shopping. Medium term, let's attract that new commercial and light industrial investment. Long term is just let's keep establishing a larger domestic employment base. Let's get that name of Beaumont out there for development. Our target audience is being site selectors, foreign direct investors, and retail businesses. So what we're really doing is we're aiming to advertise in a way where we reach all potential new development for Beaumont. Some of the big ones we have coming up is Maclean's Magazine and Canadian Business. So there's a digital content, social media posts on Facebook, Instagram. We're advertising in accompaniment to Canada's most innovative companies. We want to really start getting some of those people here. We have been known to think outside of the box, and we want to push on that. We are going to be in the Cities of the Future issue with a full-page advertisement, and there's also going to be an email outreach to all of the Maclean subscribers. Site Selector magazine is aimed for the fall in early 26 with full-page advertisement. We're going to be focusing on the first one for transportation and logistics, with a special feature being Canada's best investment locations. In early 26, we'll be focusing on emergency technologies with a special feature on Western Canada investment locations. Invest in Alberta, we've had a little bit of this come out already, so here's some examples of what we had out. Just full-page advertisements and editorials. Again, what we need to do is keep getting Beaumont's name out there when it comes to the development game. We are not Beaumont, Texas, we are Beaumont, Alberta, and there's lots of opportunity here, and this is what we just keep pushing out there. Our social media engagement has been fantastic. So the typical industry range is like-sized municipalities and the targets they're putting out. As you can see here with the 8 that were put out through Q1, our engagement is far above the typical industry, so we're very proud of that, and we think it's helping to drive some of what we're seeing happen in the city. The sector profiles and brochures are completed. We do have some available should council want to have some, but we have gone the route of having specific brochures for different industries. So we have commercial investment brochures, light industrial, as well as greenfield development. All of these brochures have a QR code that link to all of the new website content that is currently underway with being development, and that's what we're looking at here. So the digital experience enhancements on the website are vastly different than what we had before. As a developer considering Beaumont, you'll now be able to go onto the city website, learn about site information, the realtor information will be linked there. You'll be able to directly book a meeting with anyone on our team through extended hours, and we've made the commitment to meet to those meeting times. There will be links to all of the relevant plans and information on the site and everything the developer could want to know right off the same page. So this information is all linked to the true source of the information, but what it does is it makes it very, very simple for anyone who's looking to invest in Beaumont to find a huge portion of what they would need to gauge their interest level, and then it makes it very easy for them to book the meeting with us so we can help push it across the finish line. And that was my very quick overview, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. I will go to Councillor Monk of Swain first for questions and comments.
Yeah, thanks. Huge amount of work. Like, you just put numbers up there, and a couple of percent here, a couple of percent here, there. Like, that is right. And yes, obviously that's still a priority, but it's not the number one thing that people bring up now because they see what you're doing, and obviously the numbers speak for themselves. I didn't think it was that drastic. So yeah, just the professional approach that you and the team bring is greatly appreciated. We still get the narrative about, here we go again, just more pizza shops and liquor stores, right? But I think that some of these stats prove that out. So as always with these things, just over to Mr. Berezowski on making sure we're telling that story, right? When we're getting these community updates that we send out, let's continue to tell this awesome story that we're able to get there, and we're not stopping or resting. You guys are still being super aggressive and innovative, which is great. But I think good to tell the public and our community how great a job you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Monk of Swain. Councillor Natellenbos, you're up next. You have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess just a quick question, just in terms of some of the numbers presented. Again, they look great. and I do appreciate that. Everything seems to be an increase where it needs to and a decrease where it needs to. But in terms of the businesses operating in Beaumont, are you able to identify if these are like storefront or in-home businesses, or they're all captured within that number?
Devin, do you have the number?
Go ahead, Ms. Niesink.
So we do have some of these numbers in the attachment that is put right with the report here. So what we saw in Q1 was the number of new commercial storefront businesses in Q1 was 7. So 7 of them were new commercial storefront. We also have in here the number of active home-based and commercial business licenses. So right now, of the 789 businesses, 258 have commercial locations within Beaumont. 331 are home-based businesses, and the remainder are businesses that are located outside of Beaumont. However, they do operate within Beaumont and require a license.
Okay, perfect. And I know it speaks to retention there. Are you able to maybe speak to how many business we may have seen vacate and then new businesses come in? Because obviously the health of our existing businesses is obviously critical to the success of the community.
We do have a couple of examples. It will be presented later on this evening.
Okay, perfect. And then just one last question in regards to the primary care support grant. There's mention that grant notifications letters are being sent to private and public medical agencies. Can you please share what the private and public medical agencies means, or what we're referring to?
So right now what we're doing is we're sending them through all of the main healthcare channels, as well as a number of the developers who are looking to develop medical clinics through private enterprise. So some medical clinics aren't run through the Alberta Health System. Some are run just as a private enterprise. So we're ensuring we capture all potential areas.
Perfect. I believe eligibility with that grant includes an individual who's graduating within 1 year. Have we sent it out to universities as well?
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbos. Councillor Barnhart's up next. Councillor Van Newkirk, are you wishing to ask any questions on this report?
Yeah, I'll follow Councillor Barnhart. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Barnhart. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I love the numbers on the chart, and that's drew my attention right away to it. And I'm on the same wavelength, I think, here as Councillor Natellenbos around the existing businesses. And I've kind of been disturbed a little bit lately about the kind of comments that I'm hearing, and I'm not expecting to hear it, but I'm hearing that we don't need to do more, no, it comes out, we don't need to do more for the local businesses. They're already getting enough help from the city. I don't think that's true. Honestly, don't think that's true. And I don't even know where that's coming from. I've heard it a couple of times now. And so when I look at things like celebratory events for local businesses, and I see one celebratory event for a business anniversary, part of me wants to say, but what about the showcases and the participation of the city in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce? Or, I'll throw this out there, the Beaumont Night Market, networking events. Like there are tons of opportunities here, and I know our community businesses want to be recognized more by the city. And I see there's some desire to maybe increase those numbers. So just putting that out there, that I don't think we're being recognized for the desire to help the local businesses, and that's going to help the retention, I think. But do you want to speak to that, please?
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. So through Q1 of this year, we did have our local business and retention position vacant. So we were doing it off the side of the rest of the team's desk. At this time, we do have Jamie Lynn Marvelous, who started April 1st. She's working with the local businesses. So we have a program underway. We have been working with the Chamber of Commerce. I believe we already have 3 celebrations in Q2, and we're not halfway through it. The business visitation program is up in full swing. I expect our next update to council will be some of those findings we have with businesses. So we're starting the visitation programs by sector. The first is food service and restaurant that we're working with, and we're a few weeks into that already. But having the full team is going to really help us work a little bit more with the local businesses. The retention is vitally important. We're also working to send out granting and other opportunities as they become available, just to show businesses, like, we're not sure if you were aware of this, did you know you could apply for this? Here's an export opportunity. And we've done a few of those through the year, but we're going to continue to work towards adding more to that program as we go.
Glad to hear it, and really think that the more we know about that, the more we can spread the word as well, because I think that's, that I don't like hearing those comments, because I know the city wants to improve and keep the retention of the existing businesses, so the more we can do in that regard, the better. But thanks for this report. Great stuff.
Thank you, Councillor Barnhart. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you to Councillor Barnhart for bringing that up, because one of the things I was going to bring up is that we need to get better credit for what we are doing as well. And so I think that ties into some of the comments that you made there, as well as, you know, the strive to do better and be more available. So my question, I'm not going to rehash any of the kudos, because I mirror them all. My question is, what is the Economic Development Department's message to those who wish to invest in Beaumont, and what is the message to those who want to invest in Beaumont, and the conversations they need to have span ECDev and planning and development? Because we've heard tonight, and we know that our planning and development team is quite stretched. What is our message and our commitment to those conversations?
So at this time, any of the inquiries that are coming to the economic development team are typically answered within 3 days, 3 business days. We're not here on the weekends. We work with people from all stages of development. Later on in the evening, we'll take a look at what some of that looks like. But what we do is we try to get in as early as possible. Sometimes what economic development is doing is we're helping navigate through some of the planning rules. The planning team is fantastic. They meet with people with us, oftentimes before there's even an application, to help them judge if their development is possible. So what we really do is we try to send out the message of, we are a full service organization. If you have an idea, please come to us. We will sit and we will walk through it with you. We have found in the past a few of the inquiries have gone otherwise, so I would encourage anyone looking to develop anything here to go to the Beaumont website and contact anyone from the economic development team, and we'll be able to get back to you right away. We just need to ensure they're coming to us in the right manner.
Yeah, that's great. And maybe some of the social media push could remind people what, you know, the more effective manner is. You know, that's just a bit of a suggestion there. So thank you for the answer.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else queued up for questions, and so I think this is a report that we're accepting as information, correct? So Q1 update, commercial trends and marketing update report, be received for information. Thank you. Councillor Van Newkirk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. And this brings us to item 9.1 under the bylaws section. Bylaw 1074-25, Elan Area Structure Plan amending bylaw before us for first reading. Do I have a councillor willing to move first reading? Yep, please, Councillor Monco-Swain. And we'll just pull that up on the screen for you. There you go.
I will move that bylaw 1074-25, Elan Area Structure Plan, amending bylaw be given first reading.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Dargis, sorry if I missed you earlier.
Sorry, I think administration was going to do a presentation for first reading.
Thank you. I think it's still in good order to move first reading. We haven't voted on it yet, so we can move it, put it on the floor, and now we can receive the presentation. Does that sound all right? Thank you. All right, so we have Mr. Grattan. Thank you. It always throws me if it's the Grattan or the Grattan. We got it right. Thank you. Please make your presentation.
So thank you very much. This is just a verbal presentation, so there are no slides. So good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. I'm Matthew Grattan with Long Range Planning. Tonight I'm here to speak to two related bylaws, So that's 1074-25 and 1075-25. So these bylaws are intended to be dealt with together and are associated with an application submitted by InvisTech Consulting on behalf of a numbered company, also known as Dream Unlimited Corporation. So bylaw 1074-25 proposes a text amendment to the Elan Area Structure Plan, or ASP, to enable changes to definitions and policies for row housing at the neighborhood structure plan level. And then next would be bylaw 1075-25, which proposes an amendment to the Elan neighborhood structure plan itself. And that would detail how row housing will be permitted and regulated within the low-density policy area. So Elan Neighborhood 1 neighborhood structure plan is located north of Township Road 505 or 50th Avenue and west of Range Road 243 within the southeast quarter of Section 33, Township 50. The Elan Area Structure Plan applies to all the lands within the city located between Range Road 243 and 244 and between Township Road 510 and Highway 625. So the amendment to the Elan Area Structure Plan is required to enable the subsequent Neighborhood Structure Plan amendment, as it is a higher order plan. The purpose of the amendment is to broaden the definition of low-density residential to include some row housing, if permitted at the Neighborhood Structure Plan level. And then the Elan Neighborhood Structure Plan amendment proposes to broaden the definition of low-density residential to include some row housing. The current definition in the Elan NSP only includes single detached and semi-detached housing. Proposed policies would permit row housing within the LDR area at the discretion of the subdivision authority. The amended NSP limits the maximum allowable amount of row housing in LDR areas to 15% of the total block area of the low-density area in the Elan NSP. And this would typically be demonstrated by the applicant when they come in for a subdivision application through the submission of what we call a shadow plan, which among other things would show the cumulative area designated for row housing throughout the plan area. Proposed policies also direct the subdivision authority to consider municipal servicing, fire flows, traffic generation when reviewing applications. The subdivision authority can request this information with any subdivision application, but the amended NSP provides additional policy direction to support consideration for these topics. The application adds the limitation that only street-oriented row housing, where there is a lane or an alley, is permitted in these areas. So this ensures that there's no front-attached row housing, no front-attached garage row housing in this area. Therefore, on-street parking is provided out front. And lastly, there are some administrative amendments that have been included for both the ASP and NSP to provide the roadway classification for a portion of 50th Avenue from collector to arterial to bring the plans into alignment with higher order plans or other bylaws, such as our intermunicipal planning framework, municipal development plan, transportation plan, and off-site levies. And then there are a few changes, such as changing references from town to the city in the bylaw as well. And just to note, the transportation figures can be found on page 186 and 263 of the agenda package. So planning and development estimates the following potential impacts to overall neighborhood dwelling unit and population numbers. So the number of additional units in the low-density area could range from 37 to 73 units if developed to the maximum 15% allowed. The average of this range is approximately 55 additional units, which was used to update the neighborhood statistics. So based on this, the overall Elan population could increase from 3,668 to 3,818. So an increase of about 150 people, or 4.1%, and that would be the maximum allowed. Overall, NSP residential density increases from 43 units to 45 units per hectare. Administration did not require technical studies as a part of the application, such as servicing reports and transportation impact assessments, as these can be requested on a case-by-case basis at the time of subdivision. Public engagement involved a mailed notice to affected and adjacent landowners, an email notice to external agencies and internal departments at the city, as well as a public notice that was placed on the city's website. So 2 responses were received, one indicating no concerns, and the other simply noting a change of address. So administration does support these amendments as they provide flexibility to allow for a range of row housing options without the need to amend the NSP land use concept each time row housing is added or adjusted. It does cap the amount of row housing in the low-density residential area to ensure single and semi-detached is still the primary form of housing. It aligns with MDP policies to integrate a broad spectrum of housing types to accommodate low, medium, and higher densities. And in the MDP, low-density developments are intended to accommodate primarily single-detached and semi-detached dwellings within residential neighborhoods. It also aligns with NSP policies to provide a variety of housing choices to meet the needs of a diverse population, to provide opportunities for a range of residential densities, innovative housing types, and alternative site and building designs that will contribute to the overall diversity and sustainability of the residential land use pattern and form. Finally, procedurally, should council choose to give first reading to these bylaws, 1074-25 for the ASP amendment should be read first, followed by bylaw 1075-25 for the NSP amendment. Public hearings and second and third readings can then be scheduled for all 3 bylaws in the coming weeks. So that concludes my brief presentation. Administration welcomes questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Gretton. So just a reminder for council, this part of the process, and keeping in mind the need for procedural fairness, we'll limit our questions to clarifying questions, not necessarily whether we might be disposed to support or not this proposal, but just making sure that we understand what is being proposed. So I'll maybe start just with a quick question. Included in the proposal and characterized as administrative amendments are the changing of language of 50th Avenue or Township 505 from collector to arterial. Is that anticipating a change in the usage of those roads, or are we clarifying terminology? What's the rationale for that kind of change? This is me just not knowing the difference between a collector and an arterial road.
Right, so the Elan Area Structure Plan and NSP actually predate the current MDP and our transportation master plan as well. So we're trying to bring those into alignment with the higher order plans. The design and right-of-way requirements for an arterial are slightly more than a collector. Portion of the 50th Ave arterial has already been designed between Range Road 243 and the Circle Drive that you see in the figure. So that's about the extent of it. Improvements to arterial roadways are also applicable, are also eligible for offsite levy funding as well, and that comes from the offsite levy bylaw.
Thank you, appreciate the answer. Councillor Natellenbos.
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question in terms of terminology. I know Beaumont has taken an approach to go with a few different names that don't necessarily are used as much. You know, single sided yard is one example, but here we're referring to it as row housing, whereas the real estate board changed the terminology to residential attached. Can you just advise of the difference, or how come we're going with row housing versus residential attached?
So row housing is a term that was used in other plans, such as the municipal development plan. So row housing in this sense would be 3 or more attached units. So yeah, it's consistent with multi-attached.
Okay, perfect. So we're just doing that just to align with existing plans? Is that the reason we're using that definition as opposed to something like residential attached?
That's correct. It's just consistent with the other plans we have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then just a question or clarification, I guess. In terms of duplication of row housing being found in medium density, but obviously the request to put it in low density as well, how come, I'm just wondering how come we would have duplication of types of housing, one in medium and one in low?
So if you look at the land use concept in the planning report, so the only area that has row housing of this type, which is street-oriented row housing, is just along 50th Avenue. So there are other forms of row housing available in the MDR area as well. They can be higher density than is allowed as proposed under low density residential row housing. So you could have stacked row housing, which is row housing with units that may be above others as well. You may have project row housing and apartment buildings as well.
Perfect, thank you. I do see a mention though in the medium density for street oriented.
Also allowed under medium density, yes.
Okay, so there's a duplication between the low and, am I correct in assuming that? I believe you said street oriented also in the low density if we were to go ahead with this?
Correct, that's right. One would be discretionary for the subdivision authority to approve. The other one would be just allowed under the medium density. So there's a bit of a difference there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natellenbus. Any other clarifying questions? Are we ready to vote? All right, could we open the voting, please? Oh, pardon me, I should have asked Councillor Van Newkirk, did you have any clarifying questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Please open the vote. Councillor Van Newkirk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. And that brings us to item 9.2, bylaw 1075-25, a land neighborhood structure plan amending bylaw. Before we move it, is there an additional presentation or the presentations were made together?
The presentation covers both.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarity. Do I have a councillor willing to move bylaw 1075-25 for first reading? Councillor Moncrief-Swain?
I'll move that bylaw 1075-25 Elan Neighborhood Structure Plan bylaw, amending bylaw be given first reading.
Thank you. And are there any clarifying questions at this point? Are we ready to vote? Seeing yes, Councillor Van Newkirk, do you have any questions on this bylaw, amending bylaw?
No, thank you.
Okay. How do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. That brings us in our agenda to item 10, councillor inquiries, responses, and reports. Are there any new councillor inquiries this evening? I'm not aware of any at present. Madam Clerk? Pardon me? On the bylaw? It would be outside of our meeting procedures to take a question, but I've seen you sit here very quietly and patiently all night. I would be disposed to allow you to ask your question. I'll look to my colleagues. Madam Clerk, I do have to, procedurally, there's a step we need to take first. Madam Clerk, I believe that we would need to have a motion to suspend our meeting procedures bylaw in order to receive a question at this point.
That's correct, yes. So if you give me a moment, I can draft that motion for you.
Thank you. Yeah, just because we're stepping out, we would be stepping outside of our normal meeting procedures. I'm sorry, with a busy agenda tonight and a couple councillors sick and few people coming in, myself included, sorry that you've sat here waiting so patiently, but this is a procedure that we do follow. Just waiting for the motion to be drafted. I think I will move the motion, which will give me an opportunity to speak out of both sides of my mouth because I've spoken against doing this at a different time. So here we are. When you're ready, if you just want to put the motion on the screen, please. I think we're just looking for an item number in our bylaw to be able to refer to. We've got to dot our I's and cross our T's. And just to clarify, are you wanting to ask a clarifying question on the information that's been provided through the response to Mayor Daniluk's inquiry, or are you hoping to make a commentary to that effect? Just if you could, okay, thank you. Just so we can be clear in the motion, yeah. 28 of the meeting procedures bylaw be suspended to allow a presentation from the public. And so I don't think that I need to speak at length to this. I'm just hoping on compassionate grounds. We have somebody who's sat here through 4 hours of meeting, patiently waiting to make a commentary on this. I hope that my fellow councillors will see it as I see it, that this is a courtesy that we could extend to a dedicated member of the public. Any questions or comments? Councillor Natellenbos.
Perfect, thank you. I'm in alignment with you. I support this, but I do want to make it known that if we are going through this process, that this should happen all the time and not just one-off scenarios. So I think it's something, if you're voting for this, consistently vote for this, please, because A, we want to encourage people to get their chance to speak, but B, I would say it's unfair and unjust if we allow some and not others. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I do appreciate that, and to that extent, I know I've had some conversation with the mayor, and you may be seeing a motion coming forward in the near future to look at amending the meeting procedures bylaw, but that's a conversation for another day. Are we ready to vote? Councillor Van Nieuwkerk?
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment on it. I understand the reason you're putting this forward, and I thank the resident for being very patient here, that's for sure. But I would be remiss to point out that we do have a process for this, and it is something that we hold the public to on compassionate grounds tonight, for sure. I'm willing to support this, but maybe just a point to administration to push out on social media or something more to make sure that we're understanding what the process is to speak in front of council. So, but happy to support this tonight. So thank you for being very patient, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Van Nieuwkerk. Let's open the voting. Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Please, I'll activate your microphone. Please state your name for the record, and then we'll give you 5 minutes.
5 minutes. My name is Joe, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I had spoken with Mayor Bill a few weeks ago concerning Beaumont Transit, concerning mobility devices. The situation is that what Beaumont Transit defines as a mobility device is different than what the province of Alberta or the government of Canada defines as a mobility device. Beaumont Transit is much more restrictive. In my case, they will not accept my mobility device. And that gives me a lot of hardship and it complicates my life a lot. So what I wanted to ask tonight was, is City Council aware of this? 2, if we're aware, are we willing to consult the residents concerning this? And 3, are we willing to bring any changes if we can demonstrate that there is something that is going on that is unlawful?
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
That's my
Thank you. So I think that we're not in a position to answer those questions tonight. We're just hearing this concern. I won't speak for others, but this is the first that I am hearing of it. It does sound like you've been in conversation with Mayor Bill so far, something I think we would like to investigate a little further. I know Mayor Bill likes to invite people. If you would take the opportunity to email to him the presentation that you just gave, then we can follow up with you. And I would like to give you answers to those questions, direct, clear answers. I just don't think tonight is when we can give them. Is that fair? Thank you. I have Councillor Monkoff Swain.
Yeah, my only question was if the resident had had a chance to see the report. The report to me speaks to following Alberta transportation regulations. So, yeah, that comment surprised me. So I thought we were in alignment with those guidelines. And so, yeah, so well, to your point, follow up on that. When I saw the report, it made sense to me, follow the guidelines, check, but hearing you come forward and taking the 4 hours to wait and share that message is super important, so thanks for sharing that. And yeah, Mayor Bill will work its way through. Thank you.
Yeah, I would ask, just please email the mayor directly. He'll feel free to copy us, include the files that you referred to. I think we would look at them with interest. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Natellenbos.
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just so I have a better understanding, are you able to share what the mobility device is? Obviously, accessibility is something we want to promote to the fullest. So just so we have a better understanding, I guess without too much detail, but just so I know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, can you come to the mic again?
Yes.
Thank you.
I had an accident a few years ago, and as the doctor would say, my tendons are damaged beyond repair. I can walk like I can walk from here to outside, but I can't walk a lot. So I have an e-scooter. And e-scooters are allowed in Sherwood Park. They're allowed in St. Albert. They're allowed in Edmonton. They're allowed in many cities, everywhere except Beaumont. And I understand that some people use them for recreational purposes, but 6% of the people that use an e-scooter, it's for mobility reasons. And I'm in that 6%. I need my scooter to get around, and I need my scooter to get around where I work in Edmonton. So, but I can't bring it. I can't bring it, and it's really ridiculous because usually when I take that bus, there's 5 people on the bus. No one on the bus minds. It's like, it's really... So, and I did go to city council, to the administration. Not only are they not receptive, but they actually put a poster everywhere on the bus that we're not allowed to have an e-scooter, precisely. So that's not right. They don't understand. There's incomprehension, and that's why I wanted to bring it to City Council.
Perfect. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your patience this evening. I apologize that you had to wait that amount of time. Just to reiterate, the process that Councillor Van Newkirk referred to is through the city website. Anyone's free to register for a public forum presentation. A couple criteria to follow through on there, but it's just as simple as reaching out to administration that way, and anyone can register, and then we can get people rostered. We're looking at ways to improve that process, make it even more accessible. So thanks again for your patience.
Thank you for your time.
Ms. Darges?
Thank you, Councillor Penred. Could we just ask for you to provide your name and address? Sorry, excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
Hi, sorry. Could you just provide your name and address again for the minutes? Thank you.
Yes, Joseph Paquette, 28 Rue Montalet, here in Beaumont.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph.
Councillor Monk of Swain?
Yeah, I just, since meeting procedures are suspended here, I'm just thinking about time, right? And I would like an answer to that. We've made a council inquiry, it's come back. The gentleman there is going to have to now follow up with Bill, and then it's going to have to get on agenda. He's going to have to make a notice of motion, and then it's going to take 2 weeks, and we're going to get to the summer, and we're not going to get there. Is there a way we can make a motion to ask administration to look into that, or to bring it back to a future council member? Like, I recognize it's one resident's perspective, and admin is not ready here today to speak to that, but if we don't make a motion to bring this discussion next to another meeting, it won't make it before summer, and then it's the fall and all that sort of stuff. So is there a way to bring that back, that discussion?
There are a couple of things that we could do. So we've suspended the meeting rules, but with respect to a specific section. So could suspend another section of the meeting procedures bylaw to do a motion tonight. Alternatively, if we took the questions back from the resident that they proposed tonight and provide an answer back through council, we could do that as well.
Yeah, I think that's the right approach. I think you heard it. I think you all heard it the same way that we all did. I don't want to have to put a motion to formally direct it. I would appreciate an update on it. So thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us to item 11.1, the CAO update. I want to close that item and move us forward. We've got.
Under councillor inquiries.
Oh, pardon me.
Something I want to add.
Okay, yep. Councillor Barnhart.
Sorry, I know this is the only place where we can do it, but I just wanted to remind my council colleagues that the Duke Regional Housing Foundation is having its fundraising breakfast on Thursday morning. I know Councillor Penrod and I believe the mayor are planning to attend, as I'll be there if anyone else has a chance. Great event, lots of people, and well worth your time and support of the foundation. I just wanted to say that there. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thanks for pushing through there. So that brings us to the CAO update. Cognizant of not wanting to have to suspend another meeting bylaw, we have 28 minutes to get through the remainder of our agenda. I think that's doable. So I will pass the floor to Ms. O'Neill. Number 12. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. It's my pleasure to bring you an update on behalf of CAO Schwartz. It shouldn't be more than 26 minutes. I'm just kidding. Just trying to make sure everyone's still paying attention. So this week is North American Safety and Health Week, and so we place special focus on creating a safer, healthier work environment by engaging staff through activities and information sessions this week. We are informing folks that tomorrow, Wednesday, May 7th at 1:55 p.m. Mountain Time, the Government of Alberta will be testing the Alberta Emergency Alert System on their platforms. This means that you may get a test alert on your phone and other devices. This happens twice per year, once in November and again during Emergency Preparedness Week in May. These alerts test the system to make sure it works the way that it should. And finally, a brief update on our transit numbers. It's been 1 year since the expanded service, and we continue to see either stable or increasing ridership numbers. In April, ridership was 3,348. And actually, one more quick update. It's not on the list on the screen, but it is Municipal Clerks Week, and I want to recognize our city clerks and legislative team who enable so much for our organization, from managing all of our public records to supporting city council meetings, bylaws, and much more. They truly are the backbone of local governance. So thank you.
It's probably out of order to clap, but here we are. Thank you. So that brings us to notices of motion. I'm not aware of any notices. Do we have one? Oh, pardon me, I was aware of this. So Councillor Natellenbus, you have the floor.
Perfect, thank you. So in absence of Mayor Daniluk, I'd like to bring forward this motion that at the May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting, I will move that a one-pager on the costs and timelines associated with resurfacing the existing tennis courts be included in the 2026 budget deliberations.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't believe there are any further notices of motion. So that brings us to item 13 on our agenda, closed session. Just before I entertain a motion to enter closed session, I'll note for the public that the closed session this evening is information only. There's no plan for business arising coming out of closed session, no decisions to be made. And so I think there won't be a plan to reopen the video of the meeting following closed session. We'll just proceed directly to adjournment following closed session. So if you've stuck with us through 4 hours and 36 minutes, good for you. Give yourself a pat on the back. No spoilers on the hockey game, please. Is there a member of council willing to move us into closed session at 9:36 p.m.?
I would love to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Van Newkirk.
I move that we revert to closed session at 9:36 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think I need to ask you how you vote.
In favor.
I'm just waiting to open the vote here in the room. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Plachy. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.